Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that businesses using SAP Concur reduce travel and expense processing costs by up to 30%? This solution has transformed how companies manage expenses efficiently. SAP Concur is a cloud-based platform designed to manage travel, expenses, and invoices in one place. It automates tedious processes, ensures compliance, and provides real-time visibility into spending. With over 48,000 companies and millions of users globally, SAP Concur has become the go-to solution for reducing manual errors and improving financial accuracy. Companies using it report a 60% faster approval process and increased employee productivity. Managing travel and expenses manually can be time-consuming and prone to errors. SAP Concur not only saves time, but also enhances policy compliance, ensuring that companies stay on budget while meeting regulatory standards. In this course, we'll cover SAP Concur's key features such as automated expense reporting, travel booking integration, and invoice management. You'll also learn how to use its powerful analytics to drive smarter business decisions. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP Concur. 2. Travel management with SAP Concur. 3. Travel management with SAP Concur and expense management. 4. Expense management. 5. Advanced expense management. 6. Best practices and optimization. 7. Reporting and audit trail. Let's dive in.
Let's get into what is SAP Concur. So SAP Concur is basically a cloud-based expense and travel management solution. So what it does is it helps businesses to streamline their expense reporting, travel booking, and reimbursement processes. So as simple as that, it's a cloud-based tool which can be used for travel and expense management. So let's get into the benefits of SAP Concur. So we talk about benefits. There are 4 benefits available. The first benefit is the improved efficiency. What is improved efficiency? Earlier, when we used to, do all these expense and travel management manually, but this is an automated solution. So it helps us save the time and reduce the manual effort. That is why it is called the improved efficiency. Enhanced visibility. So it gives visibility to the real-time visibility to the expenses, approvals, and reimbursement. So since we have this Concur app available, you can go anytime to see the expenses or travel booking. You can also look for whether your request has been approved or it is reimbursed. Cost saving. So, streamlining processes and enforcing compliance help organizations reduce unnecessary expenses. So, this is like we our tool is compliant, and the process is streamlined. So, we won't have unnecessary reduction of expenses. That way we can save the cost. And finally, accessibility. So mobile accessibility is very helpful because you don't need to go to the desktop to do everything. So you can download the mobile app. It allows employees to manage expenses and travel from anywhere, increasing productivity. So benefits are clear. Okay, I'll go on to the next topic. So this is the key features of SAP Concur. So this is what we are going to see in our training. So first is the expense reporting. SAP Concur allows users to easily create and submit expense reports, travel approvals, and monitor status of their request. Travel booking. Okay, expense reporting is very simple. It creates a report on the expenses. So basically, it covers the travel approvals and also monitor the status of their request. Travel booking is this is the place where we book the ticket. Expense means once you book the ticket, you need to get it reimbursed. So that is the time we claim the expense. So if you talk about the travel booking, users can book flights, hotel, and other travel services directly within the SAP Concur platform. We will see this in a couple of minutes. Next is the reimbursement management. SAP Concur automates the reimbursement process, ensuring timely and accurate payment to the employees. So, say suppose we have traveled, to customer, and for the entire trip, we normally what we do, we book in advance, and then once the travel is completed, we come and try to reimburse the expense. So that is what it talks about. So we need to submit all the bills and everything, so that if they have sufficient proof, they will reimburse your money. Audit and compliance. The system tracks and maintains an audit trail of expenses, ensuring compliance with company policies and regulations. So this is every company will have their policies and regulations. So Concur tool, compliant with these policies and regulations. And then we talked about the mobile app. SAP Concur offers a mobile app that allows users to manage expenses and travel on the go. So these are the key features of the Concur application. So here it shows three basic features. One is travel, Concur Travel, where we try to book the hotel, airline, audit rules, travel request integration. Suppose if we are booking on a different tool, we have a trip link option, so we can connect between the Concur tool and the booking from the outside. And we have Concur request. So like it contains travel request, CA request, budget, approval flow for travel, approval flow for CA, and audit rules. So basically, auditing, budgeting, and everything comes under Concur request. And then comes the Concur expense. This is the place we go: reimbursement, liquidation, audit rules, PCF slash EAF replenishment, budget, SAP Concur integration, expense approval flow. So basically, when you try to expense, it will look whether it is within the budget or not, and we have this expense approval flow. So whether it has to directly go to the Concur to get it reimbursed, or we want our manager to be approved in certain scenario, then it goes to the reimbursement part. So that's what this entire three blocks covers. And so we go on expense reporting with SAP Concur. How do we do the reporting part? So users can easily create and submit expense report, including itemized expenses, attaching the receipt, and adding the comment. The system provides a clear overview of pending approvals, allowing user to track the progress of their request. SAP Concur enable efficient expense management, reducing manual errors and saving time for both employees and finance team. So, is it clear about expense reporting? Why do we do the expense reporting? I hope you understood this. I'm going on to the next: travel booking. With SAP Concur, employees can book flight, hotels, and other travel services directly within the platform. The system offers a user-friendly interface for searching and selecting the travel options based on the preferences such as date, time, and airlines. SAP Concur integrate with partner platform like Subji, providing a wide range of options for seamless travel booking. So travel booking is basically for booking your flights, hotels, and other travel services like booking a car. The UI is very user friendly. So we will see this in a couple of minutes. Okay, so the next part is reimbursement part. Before we go on to the reimbursement, let's get set up our SAP Concur. So what I can do is I can share the URL for Concur site through the chat. 1 second. So I shared a link on the chat. Kindly get into the site, please. Are you able to see the first screen? Okay, let me present the website. I'm going to share the screen. Okay, guys, have you got a link like this?
We are getting the same.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the first thing is, actually in this website, I'll show you one thing. First, you have to give your email ID and press next. it will ask for your password.
Do we need to use our personal email ID or this only which you are showing?
Yeah, correct. I can show you one thing. Let me first log into the system.
Sir, you can sign in with your TCS ID.
Yes, your TCS ID. So when you set the password, you get an reset email. So you need to do that. Have you guys got any reset email?
Received on
Okay.
login. Yes.
So click on the reset link, and then if you get the link to enter the password, kindly enter password @123. I shared in the chat. Just copy paste it. Everybody on the same page?
Actually, I can log. I am able to log in. Yeah.
So are you on authentication screen? Two-factor authentication?
No, actually, it's done for me. Maybe.
Have you done the
Yeah,
authentication as well? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So if you are able to enter the password and move on to the two-factor authentication that is shown in the screen, please do let me know. I will tell you what to do next. Okay, so to do the two-factor authentication on your phone, you need to go to the Play Store and download Microsoft Authenticator.
Actually, in my case, it is showing me to, after putting the password, it is showing me to change password.
Okay, you
And
can.
when I'm doing so, then it is saying that your password has expired and must be changed before you can sign in. And I'm not able to change the password as well.
Can you share your screen, please?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so in the change password, I have reset my password. And now it is saying that your password has expired and must be changed.
So try to give a new password.
I have already given the new password.
So what error? The same error you are getting.
Yeah, correct. And let me just try some new as well. It is saying that please correct the errors above.
Are you following the pattern? Like it has to be between 8 and 255 characters.
Yeah. That's why it is a checkbox in all that, and that's why it is green. If I am
Okay.
just putting like this, let me just go back and try again. Yeah.
Okay.
So as you suggested, I'm using my TCS email ID.
Correct.
Yeah. So next, and the password which you have given.
Password. Okay, then you will have to change. If you you haven't used this site before, right?
So now it is asking me to change, and I am putting new password.
Okay.
Correct.
This is in the same change password, right? Forgot password. Go back
Okay.
to one screen.
So should I go for forgot password?
Yeah. So there is an email we just sent.
Okay. Let me just check the email and let me unscreen my share and then I'll.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So what about others?
So I was able to log in.
Okay. So were you able to do the two-factor authentication as well?
Yes.
Okay, good. So looks like everybody completed the two-factor authentication. So I just present my screen. So what you're seeing is Concur homepage, and here what we can do a lot of things. So first you see on the home button where it talks about the applications as well as the administration. We will go through these area quite a lot. So in order to book travel, you can click here, expense, approval process, tripling, and app center. And on the expense settings, for example, say I'm going on to the expense setting. So this is possible for an admin. So here, a couple of things, in the initial phase, it was not set. Then for the demo purpose, I have set couple of things. So the first thing what I said was your users. So here you have a user account. Here, if you look at the screen, I have added your users with password @123. Say suppose if you want to change the password to something else, first you have to come here and you have to go to the user, look for, so in the screen what we give first name, last name, email ID, and username for signing is the same email ID you can provide, and then you have to give the password. Actually I had given the password but it got changed. So that is how it will work. One second, this is for which user? Bharat Bhushan. I'll go to mine. sorry, it's a name wrong, and I have given KH as my last name and email ID, and login, I'm using my Gmail ID. And in the initial time, when you set up a user, it asks for password, but then later on, the password is not visible here. Then employee ID, and in the below, if you come here in the settings, expense settings, you have to provide the reimbursement method. So there are two options we can reimburse. One is company check, that is, it's through the account payable, or other reimbursement method. Say you provide your card details, so they can put the cash money onto the card. So that's where the other reimbursement detail comes in, and depends upon the permission. In this case, we can submit the reports. We can get, can approve the expense report. So normally, can approve the expense report is possible for a manager. Travel and expense administration is also for the person who has got admin authorization. So this looks like this is mine. For me, I would need these two access, approve and administrator, because later on when we work with the application, you if you say suppose book an air flight which is above certain amount, say suppose above 650, then it has to go for approval. That is the configuration we have set it for the application. So in that scenario, this has to come to my email ID so that I can approve it. Is that clear? So this is just I'm showing. We will talk about the settings in detail on the other session. So basically, I am just taking you through the Concur app. What you see on the left side is the travel side where we book the flights. You can book the flight, and it's a mixed search for flight and train. You can also book for your car rental, hotel, and this is Amtrak, the train search itself. So, say suppose we are departing from Philadelphia to Seattle. This is a round trip. Then what we would do, we pick a date. Say suppose we are departing. So you can specify whether you want to travel in the morning, afternoon, or evening, and you can choose the specific time. So say suppose we are traveling. Normally we travel early or mid afternoon. So say suppose it is 3 a.m. I am choosing 3 a.m. as a preference. And then after that, it asks for plus or minus 5. So it could be 5 hours earlier than 3 a.m. or later than 3 a.m. So any flights available within the given timeline, it will be displayed. Similarly, you have to come back, right? So you choose 31st. So this is arrive. We will be arriving in the evening, again plus or minus 5. And you can choose pick up or drop off car at airport. Yeah. So what we do, we normally when we travel, we first park the car, and then we take parking ticket, and while coming back, you can actually pick the car, and you will be dropping your rental car in the main airport. So that's what it is talking about. And automatically reserve this car if you want. If you select all these options, we have options like Avis, budget, dollar, rent a car, enterprise, Hertz. So these are the options for the car rental we have provided. So we can select Hertz, and intermediate is by default available. Say suppose if you want to go for a larger car, then you will require approval. So let's take intermediate car, and if it's in flight, you can choose economy, a premium economy, business class, first class, and mixed class. So normally economy class is given, but say suppose if you are going with a premium economy, you would require an approval for business class, first class as well. So let's do a search. There are no flights from Philadelphia at a given time. So this is the problem with the time. So let's see NYK, NYC. I'm searching for the flight. So this is from Philadelphia to New York. Please take a moment to fill out your travel profile online so we can make your trip easier. You may click go to the profile page button below to access your profile. Fill in your personal and travel preferences information, and then you will be ready to book the travel. So actually, in my case, my profile is not set. This will be common for your scenario as well. So let's go to the profile page. Okay. So this is one thing we need to actually enter. So what I'll do, anyway, I have to take you through all these settings later. So we can do that at that point in time. Let's go back. I will do again. Have to choose the date, morning and 31st. Okay, I choose premium economy. Let's first return to the travel center. So as of now, there is no record available for the upcoming trip. It has not allowed us to get the result. Okay. Let's try Bangalore to Chennai. Let's do a little, later stage. Let's go on to June. Normally we travel on Sundays. Sunday afternoon, ±5. So it it can go after 5 hours, and this is a 1 week trip. So we started on Monday and we are back on normally on SAP side. When I used to work, it used to be Thursday. So you can actually say on the 6th, depart drive again in the evening because we are coming back on Thursday. So this let's see, this is giving us the result. So I would need to set up my profile. So let's do that. This is company email ID is by default my case, it's a Gmail ID, and home air code is DHL. Department is required sale. Location required Philadelphia. I'm just going to save that. Okay. I have to specify a couple more information. Mail code 84. I'm entering the work phone as well as the home phone. Now let me see. Your password information is incomplete or missing. This may cause issue. So I have to add the password information as well as the birth date is required. So here I will enter gender, month. I just entered the required information. Where should I add? Okay. So if we are a frequent flyer, then we can actually enter those information. So we also have Gus program. So you can add that as well here. Just added almost all the required information. I will take you through this page once again in a detailed manner. Let's say I do not have a password, so it shouldn't be a problem. So now it is searching for the flight information. So you have got a lot of options. So it on the left side, it talks about the select flight or train. We have selected Bangalore to Chennai on starting on Sunday, the sixth, the second, and returning on 6th of June. So that is the trip details, and here we have specified the time. But if you want to make any changes to that, you can actually make modifications. Say suppose I don't want to be finishing at 4, so I can change that to 3:28. So you might have noticed there are a lot of flights which have gone. I'll put it back. So this is where you get additional options to change all these things for our reservation. So here it shows Air India flight starting at 1:10 p.m. and it reaches at 2:20 p.m. And here we have most restricted amount. So that is $34.80. Super value will be 37.90. Flexi saver, this is also restricted. This is 104.110. No, then flexible, it is 163.90. Likewise, it has provided us all the flights. Say suppose I am choosing flexible option. This is we are going from Bangalore to Chennai. Now we need to return, right? So return I am selecting at 6:30 p.m. which reaches at 10:20. So I am selecting that as well. So we selected both our depart and return flight. So this is showing you total amount for both the round trip. So you can click on reserve. So this is asking us to give an option to send some notes. So say suppose because we have selected flexible rate, which is 163, which is beyond the limit. So we need to explain the reason why we are choosing that. So say we can say missed advance purchase, declined lower fare due to equipment type, accepted lower possible fare. So now I can say lower possible fare. Please explain why you have chosen the flight to attend conference. So the reason also mentioned. So when this email goes to the manager, he will see why you have chosen the amount above $150 as well as the reason why you are booking the flight. So you will see you can review the flight reservation, and if you see here the depart date, time, and the flight number, plus in this case you have your seat selected, and while returning Air India 587, and here travel enter the traveler information. It is entered because I set up the primary profile, my profile. So dinu.kh and phone number, email ID, frequent flyer program. As of now, I haven't added. We can add it later. And seat, it gives option to select seat. You can see the seat map. So all the blue are available seats. You can choose this one and close it. View seat map. So if you look at here, we have available as a blue section. Occupied is white. See, this is occupied. And green is selected. An exit row, you will see this is an exit row. No seating is hash like, sorry, it's a graded type. Preferential, if you have any preference, I'm looking for here, we don't see that. Paid preferential, yeah, say suppose you have additionally paid for the initial seats, it's possible, and then it says paid preferential, that is also shown here. So from these options you can select your seat, and then we review the price summary. So airfare, total airfare is 23,954, and tax charge is 37. And why this is showing fair and different? Okay, so charge is 325. So total 325 because we try to book 179 of the flight charge. So that's why the total 325 has come. And credit card. As of now, we don't have any credit card. So we can add dummy card or we can leave it and then go for yeah, I should enter a credit card. So I can go to add credit card, display name, corporate name. No, let me use my dummy card. Card type is American Express. Card number 5. Okay, 12. Let's say street, billing address 11014. Oh, right. I'm just entering my, billing address. City is Land, state is Washington, zip code is 980. I'm trying to save. You must specify display name for credit card. Okay, let's say everything is gone. Okay, I'm not doing it now. Let me cancel. But what will happen? It will pick the credit card. I will add the card again and then click on reserve and continue. So this is how we book the flight ticket. Is that clear? Okay. So let's go back to the slides. We have exercises to do. So we can finish the slides and we can go on to the exercise. So reimbursement management is what we were talking about. SAP Concur automates the reimbursement process by streamlining the approval and payment workflow. Users can easily track the status of their reimbursement and retrieve timely payment. The system also allows for integration of company policies, ensuring compliance and accurate reimbursement calculations. So reimbursement management, how is it possible is what it is mentioned. Then we go to the audit and compliance. SAP Concur maintains a comprehensive audit trail of expenses, providing transparency and accountability. So it has its own audit trail possible. So that will provide you a transparency and accountability. The system helps organizations enforce compliance with company policies and regulatory requirements. So this is, as common, the compliance will be compliant with company policies and regulatory requirements. Automatic checks and controls reduce the risk of fraudulent or non-compliant expense claim. So since it checks automatically, so any fraud or non-compliant expenses claim can be done through our application. And this is the final slide, I think. This is SAP Mobile Access. SAP Concur mobile app enable users to go to manage expenses and travel on the go. Employees can capture receipts, create expense report, and submit the request using your mobile devices. The mobile app provides a simplified and streamlined experience for easy approval and management tasks. So, say suppose if we have our mobile phone with this app installed, say you are waiting in the airport while returning and you have enough time. So that point in time, you can actually add your trip into the mobile. So once the entire trip is over, you can add the remaining, receipts for the expense reimbursement. So that for that purpose, the mobile access would really help. You can do at any time, anywhere. So we go on to the next slide. So as of now for session, we have covered the slides. Now what we would do, we would go to the lab activities there. So let's do the lab activity. So first, what you have to do is log into SAP Concur using username and password. So that everybody has username and password and we're able to log in, right?
We have logged in.
Okay. Then the home page displays your task, approvals, alerts, and more. Use the menu on the left to navigate different modules. So that's something I will take you. So we go here. Let's go to the Concur homepage. Okay. So here, actually, it gives all the options like, say, suppose if you want to start a report, click on this button. This will help create the report for a particular date for a particular trip. And then again, I just go back. On the left side, you see the search option. It allows us to search the flight, the Amtrak, the car, and the hotel. And say suppose reservation, you can do this through this way as well as enter your reservation option. As of now, the required approvals are 0. View trips, there are no trips available at the moment. Available expenses is not there. We haven't added an expense yet. Open report, we don't create a report yet. And in the alert, what it says is, as an employee of ZaranTech LLC, you are eligible for a free triplet pro subscription. This is where I was telling we can actually say suppose we were not able to book through the website, a Concur website, you can book from somewhere else and then connect between these two, Concur as well as the external website. Then it says you haven't signed up to receive e-receipt. So say suppose if I want to get an e-receipt, I need to actually sign in. So I will have to enable this option. This will allow the e-receipt. And here, this read more is provide the details what company has added here. So it talks about, welcome to Concur LLC's online travel and expense tool supported by GAN Travel Management. And then it talks about which travel agent we need to contact and how we contact. We can call them to a particular number, or you can email them. So those kind of information is possible. And need support with your Concur travel online booking? Yes, it's possible. For that, you have to email to the client service. Also, booking the same day travel or need after hour assistance, you can call to this particular number. And then my task. Actually, my task for my scenario, as I said, in this case, I am working as a manager and an administrator. So I will get the required approvals and available expenses. If somebody enters the expenses, it will be displayed here, and it will also provide us an option to open the report. So this is the overview of the entire page. So let's go back. I just close these things and just click on expense to manage and submit the expense report. Oh, this is just a rough, steps to be followed. We are not going into the detail at the moment. So say suppose expense, as you have seen, we have expense here. We can manage the expense by creating a new report. So that's what it shows. Open the report and approved report tab shows your report. This is talking about how to create a report, or let's say one underscore PLR underscore Chennai. What was the code? I create the report. I just created a report. So the report number, you can see the number for this report. There is no amount specified. This is the report which is showing. So what we have seen the expense as well as the report. Let's go. You see the report here. So you can click on here and see the information, and actually we can add expenses here. So that was the next step. Click request to manage and submit the cash advance request, travel request, etc. I come here. Okay, we don't have required approval, not approval. So as of now, we don't have that tab yet. We are actually working with Concur. So request tab would come in 1 or 2 days time. We can go to the next. Click on expense to book travel and submit expenses on a go using mobile app. So we have to download the mobile app to do this book travel and submit the expense. So go to the mobile. Okay, let's do one thing. Till now, you have seen what all steps I followed. So from the team, someone can, open your Concur app and explain it to me what all we gone through. We can take it turns as well.
I will try to explain what I understood.
Very good, please.
I hope my screen is visible to you, right? This is the home page, and this is the standard toolbar. Here we can create standard reports, and here we can create reservations. This is the travel module. Here we can click on this flight and we can enter our from address and to address to get the flight details, and we can enter depart dates and times. Depends on our requirement. We can enter the required details here. Based on this information, maybe I will enter some details. I am in Hyderabad. So based on the zip code, it will show the recommended flights. So I am near to this Rajiv Gandhi airport. So like this, we can enter from address and to address also.
Okay.
So is it possible? This is the code we are using for Wiser, but yeah, it is showing from address and to address. You can enter and depart date. I will enter tomorrow, and return date I will enter date tomorrow. Yeah, we can use car rental also, and we can use hotel. Find a hotel also. We can try to select this, and automatically click on search here. Based on this information we enter, we'll get the suitable flights. So based on our timings, and we can select, and based on the pricing and approvals, we can select the flights here, and I will try to select lowest cost. I can see this web special. I'll select this. In return, I will select something very specific here. So based on this, this is the 2 flights I have selected, and I will click on the select button, and I can verify the fare amount. And if it is suitable for me, if it is fine for me, I can click on reserve.
Correct.
Right. So yeah, it will show details and hotel details maybe now. Why? Because I have selected hotels and
Right.
I have configured this travel module. That's why it is not showing I enter credit card information and enter travel. I mean update travel information like that. Why? Because I have already configured. So this is the dummy credit card I have entered. Right. If I want to edit you, I can edit here. And yeah, nothing much. Maybe I have already. I mean, in parallel, I did same thing what you have done. So maybe I can click on this reserve and flight and continue.
Yes.
It will take a little time process. And I have already tried to reserve this, but maybe because of fear and I just canceled the trip. Vinu, can you confirm this is the test system only, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that I can. Okay. Yeah. Maybe if it is over there, can I ask you a question here?
Yeah.
It is not showing any calls here. Can you please confirm whether it's working fine or not? I mean, I try to enter details like this, and if I click on sales, it is not showing any calls here. Rental cars like that.
Rental cars.
Yeah.
So if it is not showing, then there is a problem with the search. For car, you may have to change instead of 3:15 p.m. Maybe that in that location there is no option for selecting the car.
Okay.
There won't be any rental option available.
So one more query. So it is available for all countries, right? This car rental and train and flights, etc. These things.
Yeah, it is available for everything. But if you look at in India, we hardly get an option to do the car rental, right?
Yeah.
But in US, we frequently do the car rental wherever we go to the customer side. We book the car rental so that we can take it from the airport and return it back while coming.
Anyway, so I understand this part also. I will just try to skip this car. So later it will show most possible hotels to book. Why? Because I already selected a hotel there. I will try to book this and try to book this.
Okay.
I can verify the things here, and based on the information, based on the distance, I can. So this is the total thing I need to verify. If it is okay for me, and I can click on this. I agree, and I don't hotel. Post that, it will give overview of the like a print thing. One more request: is it possible for you to grant more admin access? So as I can see, only these things available for me. And is it possible for you to grant admin access here?
Okay. Yeah, I will give admin access to everybody, so you can
Please.
Yeah. For the setting configuration, you can use that.
Yes, please. So yeah, come to this is the information. This is the flight details. Maybe it will show you confirmation also. It is already showing your flight is confirmed and seat was not successfully reserved. Maybe I need to select a seat also.
Yeah, correct.
Maybe it will select randomly maybe, but for now I will try to choose.
You have no option for.
Yeah, I can see this seats is not there. Okay, so it will allocate randomly if anything is taken. So these are the flight things, and this is what is this?
That's a flight to Mumbai. Yes.
Yeah. So if I click on, this is all okay for me. So click on next. Name and
booking information.
But
it's not mandatory. So
yeah.
Yeah. So purposes required.
Yeah, if anything is required, definitely it will ask before submission. So we can enter like that.
It is billable.
Yes.
1 second, select the billable.
So Binu, so we can enter, we can add asterisk symbol there, right? Like this red color, this kind of things before clicking on submission. Can we do like that? Can we configure like that?
Booking, please press the purchase ticket button. I didn't understand your question.
Yeah. Do we have any failure rate here? As you can see, if it is any emergency purposes, I have tried to book here. What's the success rate here in this Concur? I understand you have already told me that trip length we can use other than this Concur. So if I want to, if my client only accept this Concur, then how can I do this?
Then you need to look for the possible time selected. Otherwise, there's no option.
Okay.
Or else you have to contact the Concur help desk to help you to get based on your criteria. They will try to help you out.
Okay. So apart from this travel, I try to submit one expense report also, and I have submitted to you. Maybe you can approve that.
But let me once again check my email.
Yeah, I mean, I will show you what I did. Maybe you can comment on this. I have submitted this $80,000 report like this. I try to use all kind of expense reports. Maybe here I have a doubt. Maybe you can cover in later sessions, like how we can add new expense type. How can we add discount? If my client accepts the discounts here, how can I add that kind of thing?
Okay. So when we go through the expense, we can actually.
Yeah. Understood. My request is please add admin access to us also, so that we will try even ourselves. I mean, within a team before coming to you.
Okay, then I'll do one thing. I can do it now. So thanks for sharing the screen and explaining it very well. I will, share my screen to provide you the access.
Thank you.
Okay.
One more request is it possible for you to explain like what kind of questions we can expect in certification? If I am going to appear for certification, what kind of questions we can expect from each module, like expense module, travel module, and
yeah, that is there. We have prepared the questions also.
Thank you.
So that will be coming, in once this is set up, we will go through that.
Thank you. That would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So what I'm gonna do? Can you see the Concur?
Yeah.
Yes, Bin.
Okay. So what we should do is we have to go home and we go expense settings. This will be explained later, but since I want to make the change, I go to the user account and I will have to go to every user and go here, administration right, I will provide, and then I have to save. I have given for first person. So this is where I have option to submit the expense report, can approve expense report. So this goes for the manager, but this administrator rights I am providing. Okay. I just go save. Then
you granted us admin access, right? So now we can do this, right? This part as you are doing now.
Yes.
Okay. Then it will be fine for us.
Okay.
Doing these iterative steps.
So I'm giving this to. We have only 7 participants, right?
Maybe around 10, but it seems all people not have joined.
Haven't joined. Okay, the last one. So now I added admin rights for everyone. So please go ahead onto your Concur site and check whether you can actually access this administration option. Like I'll show you.
Yeah, myself, I can confirm that it is looking fine for me.
Okay. So are you the others also? I want to get a confirmation. Can you quickly check this part? Actually, you see my screen, right? Where I have home, applications, and administration.
Yeah.
So just go to the home, and after home there is a click, down arrow. Just click on that and look whether you have the right side administration option.
Just let me check.
So are you guys able to see the administration option?
In the meantime, can you please explain what is there before Concur and how it is done? I mean, in organization level, and what is the competitors out there in the Concur?
Who are the competitors for the Concur? Concur is before Concur. Okay, you know the history of Concur and SAP Concur, right? Concur was a standalone, a standalone organization which were providing the travel and expense reporting. And later, in some time, SAP had acquired this organization and became part of SAP Concur. So that's the history of getting into the Concur. And before Concur, people used to do all paperworks in order to do the expenses and everything. But this automated most of the things. And I'm not sure who is the competitor. I can check and let you know. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, fine.
If everyone is okay, let's move on to the other See?
Yes, please.
Okay. So now, as we can go to the questions, let me go to the material. Okay, the assignment one. Let's take a look. Okay, I stopped sharing my screen and I can ask a couple of questions if you guys can answer it. Okay. So the question number one: what is the primary purpose of SAP Concur? Answers: the options are customer relationship management, travel and expense management, human resource management, supply chain management. So what is the primary purpose of SAP Concur?
Travel and expense.
Travel and expense, right. Which of the following is not a benefit of using SAP Concur? Streamlined expense reporting, increased employee productivity, enhanced cybersecurity, improved compliance with company policies. So which is not benefit of SAP Concur in this case?
I think the third one.
Yes, enhanced cybersecurity, because we had seen the streamline expense reporting, increased employee productivity by automating the application, improved compliance with the company policies and regulations. So answer is enhanced cybersecurity. What key feature of
Can you please explain? I mean, cybersecurity is there, right? I mean, we are using
benefit?
authentication.
Cybersecurity is there, but it is not part of the benefit. We were looking what are the part of benefits. So cybersecurity is not added as part of benefits. Is that clear?
Yeah, yes, please.
What key feature of SAP Concur helps user manage their travel expenses efficiently? Document storage, recipient scanning, social media integration, gaming interface. So basically, it is asking which feature SAP Concur helps user manage their travel expense efficiently. How efficiently this helps to maintain the travel expense. So document
Receipt
store,
scanning.
yeah, receipt scanning, exactly. In
Yeah,
SAP
but
Mhm.
yeah, my doubt is it really scanning receipts?
Yes.
If we are uploading a receipt, is it really scanning and automating these things?
Actually, if you have a mobile app, you can scan your receipt using the mobile app.
Okay, but is it working in web portal as well? I mean,
Web
if I am
portal,
uploading using upload feature,
yeah,
upload
you
receipt.
have to scan it separately and upload it into the desktop app. Is that clear?
Yes, pretty much. Yes.
In SAP Concur, what is the term used to describe the initial screen that users see after logging in, whether it is dashboard, control center, command prompt, or taskbar?
Dashboard.
When you log in into Concur, what screen do you see? Is it dashboard, control center, command prompt, taskbar? It is dashboard. I actually didn't explain that. That's why I'm saying when you log in, whatever the screen, the overview you see is called the dashboard. And we can go to the next page. Which of the following is a primary function of SAP Concur's user interface? Weather forecast, booking flights, submitting expenses, playing music.
Submitting
Booking
expenses.
flights and submitting expenses.
Correct. Actually, it shows only submitting expenses, but as per the UI, booking flights are also possible. How does SAP Concur benefit organization in terms of cost control? By increasing employees' spending limits, by automating expense approvals, by providing unlimited expense budgets, by eliminating all expenses. So how does SAP Concur benefit organizations in terms of cost control? How does it benefit as an organization in terms of cost control? How does it do the cost control?
By automation.
It's not about the automation, automating the expense approval. Say suppose you're booking a flight which is beyond $700, then it is out of our budget. In that scenario, we need an approval. So that is called expense approval, which will go automatically based upon the condition we set up. What is the significance of SAP Concur's document storage feature? So A, it allows users to save their favorite receipts. Second one, it enables secure storage of expense related document. It provides access to a library of novels. It allows users to create Art portfolio. So what is the significance of SAP Concur document storage feature? Anybody?
It will store expense reports in.
So it enables a secure storage of expense related documents. This is asking about the document storage. So expense related documents it securely stores. Which of the following statement is true regarding SAP Concur's role in compliance? It encourages users to violate company policy. It provides tools to ensure adhere to company policies. It has no impact on compliance. It increases complexity in policy enforcement. So, which statement is true regarding SAP Concur role compliance?
It will ensure company policies
Yes.
working fine.
So we go to the last page. What is the one of the key functionalities of SAP Concur's mobile app? Ordering food delivery, controlling smart home devices, managing travel and expense on the go, tracking the latest sports scores. What we do in mobile app? The key
They will
functionality of
scan
mobile
expense reports.
travel on the
Yes.
because wherever you're traveling you can keep adding your expense items, so that's why it's called on the go. How can SAP contribute to enhance data accuracy? The last question: how can SAP Concur contribute to enhance data accuracy? By randomly altering the user data, by offering incorrect travel recommendations, by automating data entry and validation, by providing inaccurate weather forecast. So, how can SAP Concur contribute to an enhanced data accuracy? Enhanced data accuracy is by automating the data entry and validation. It randomly altering user data won't contribute to an enhanced accuracy. By offering incorrect travel recommendation won't do the enhanced data accuracy. By providing inaccurate weather forecast will not do enhanced data accuracy. It is only possible by automating the data entry and validation. So the first set of assessment is done. We also have one more set.
Here, validation is done by the approver, not by the end user, right?
Validation is done by the approver. Yes. Okay. Tell me, what is SAP Concur? Somebody, these are the things we had seen in the slide. What is SAP Concur?
On a lighter note, it's a cloud-based travel and expense management system. It improves automation and integration with the travel and expense process.
So when we talk about SAP Concur, we would say that this is a cloud-based platform for travel and expense. And if you want to know more about it, it controls spend, comply with regulations, reduce cost. And the key products include Concur Expense for expense reporting, Concur Invoice for invoice processing, and Concur Travel for booking and managing the travel. SAP acquired Concur Technologies in 2014. What are some key features of SAP Concur?
It had a simple sign-on and it integrates with the travel and expense management system. It has a mobile login capabilities. It will scan. It will incorporate with company policies and.
Okay, compliance with company policies, automated expense reporting with mobile app for capturing receipts, integration with ERP like SAP to post validated expense back to GL. That part we will see when we set up the expense configuration. Reporting and analytics for spend visibility and compliance. Invoice processing including PO matching and approval workflow. What it does is, so say suppose you are going for a training or a conference. Say suppose it's a training, you get a purchase order. Then once you return back, you will send an invoice. So it tries to match between the invoice and the PO and the approval workflow. Travel booking with access to live, travel itinerary, and online booking tools. Integration of all travel expense, invoice, and vendor data in one system. What type of customers use SAP Concur solution?
Small and large business.
It's all sized worldwide,
Absolutely.
worldwide in many industries, including technology, business services, manufacturing, health, and financial services. So it is variety of industries, irrespective of the size of the organization. Any organization can use SAP Concur for their travel and expense purpose.
I mean, if my client wants to use only expense future, how much it can cost?
That is
Like that.
something actually we also work with SAP Concur to get things done. So we have to get the quotation from the SAP Concur team for your based on your requirement. So if you only need the travel part, you can request for a travel quotation.
Abhin, I have a doubt here.
Yeah.
Suppose any organization which is not using the SAP ERP and when they are using some different ERP like Oracle, so can we integrate the SAP Concur with that ERP?
SAP Concur with ERP, yes, it is possible the integration point, but what is the purpose? Because we we don't do anything on the ERP side, right? For the booking and expense purpose.
No, so my doubt that like some organization which is not implemented SAP in their organization yet, and they want to use this SAP Concur, so that ERP is necessary, or they can integrate with other any platform.
Yeah, it's not necessary to have the ERP, but if they have some other tool to book and expense their travel, then that can be integrated into Concur.
In SAP Concur, we have the cost centers facility. So with that, we can post our cost into the SAP ERP, the main platform. So how in other platform we can post our cost?
Okay, that depends on the application. How the
Application means
see, if it is an expense reporting, sorry, expense application, then there will be an option to set set these options. So when we integrate it with the Concur, it automatically picks those information.
okay.
Is that clear?
And and one more doubt on the workflow configuration for approval. Like what type of configuration we can make in Concur? Is it based on the line manager or based on the amount that we can?
Yeah, that is a chapter which is coming. So there are a lot of conditions to be taken care. So during that time, I can explain it to you how it works.
Okay then.
There is
Thank you.
actually a very good workflow we need to explain.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So SAP Concur products are what? SaaS solutions, right? Which means they are the cloud-based solution. So it can be accessed web as well as mobile app. This means there is no on-premise software to install or maintain. The solutions are hosted on SAP Concur server and updates are handled seamlessly without the need for customer to do anything because it's on the cloud, and whatever changes is required, we need to update the server, and every person who is accessing the Concur will be able to get the update. Is that clear?
Clear for me, but where this servers will store, if anything happens to the servers, I mean, where can we check the status of the servers, whether it is working fine or not, if there is any upgradation or any updates are
It
there?
is in SAP's cloud infrastructure. So that is handled by a different team in SAP.
Yeah, I understand. But for example, if the web page, Concur web page, taking much time to load than as usual, I mean, than usual time, then definitely it will be degradation, any problem in the servers only, right?
Okay, then in that scenario, so say suppose for your organization you are buying Concur, then you need to have a sure setup to deploy your server in your cloud environment. So there you would be able to access and figure it out if there is a delay due to, say suppose there was an update which is causing a huge performance issue. So those things can be handled by the infrastructure. Is that clear?
Yes. I mean, these servers will store only specific countries only, right? I mean, apart from our own servers, if we are using only Concur or SAPs, then it will store in maybe UK or US or some other countries. Then Definitely, do we really need to connect with infra team there? No need to connect with them.
It is not we are connecting with them. It is that we are already have a setup that will be taken care by the people who are good at cloud infrastructure. So say suppose if the software has some trouble, it will throw errors. So you would be able to, or the person from the basis or infrastructure team would be able to look at the error, and based upon that they can fix the problem.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. What makes SAP Concur different than other expense management solutions?
It enables both travel and expense. Maybe other things may not provide both the things in one system.
Okay, let me read that. Large ecosystem of partners and integration with major ERPs, payroll systems, and banks. So the ecosystem of partners are huge. And integration, earlier there was a question, right? Whether it's possible to integrate to ERP. Yes, it is. And payroll system and bank, so that you can do your expenses correctly. Advanced optical character recognition and machine learning that automates expense reports. So these days it is possible that optical character recognition as well as the machine learning which is automate the expense report. Was travel inventory from major travel supplies for booking flights, hotels, trains, etc. Ability to capture and process many types of expenses beyond just travel and expense. Industry leading data security and global support infrastructure. So these are the specialty of SAP Concur compared to other expense management solution. Is that clear, or should I explain it again?
Maybe I need more explanation on the third point. So that's maybe how it benefits to banks and payroll systems. Maybe that's the first one.
Okay, so the integration with major ERPs, payrolls, and banks.
Yes, I mean, we are using some different models like SuccessFactors and all, right? For payroll, I mean, how it is more beneficial, how it is different from that.
Okay, so SuccessFactors is actually for
Getting, yeah, exactly.
yeah. So here it is, in order to why we integrate is because we need to actually get some data from the payroll system. So we actually, payroll will provide financial information as well as the bank and some ERPs. So it integrates and picks those data in our expense, and that will be an automatic process once integration is done. And then it says the expense report can be automated using the latest machine learning as well as the advanced optical character recognition. So machine learning will make it much faster. And was travel inventory from major travel supplies for booking flights. As you know, when you search, you get all kind of flights as possible for the given period of time. Say suppose I am departing in the morning, and I select plus or minus 5, which means 5 hours earlier to my morning time, or say suppose I'm selecting 9 a.m. Then 5 hours before 9 a.m. Anytime before 9 a.m. we can get the flight. Anytime after 9 a.m. I can get the flight. So lot of flexibility and possibility of travel inventory. It is a travel inventory, and then ability to capture and process many types of expenses. So beyond just travel and expense. Say suppose it we use for international trips or for conferences or trainings and so and so forth. So many possibilities can be captured as an expense rather than travel and expense. Industry leading data security. So this is like the earlier we were talking about cyber security, and here actually we are not doing the complete cyber security, because here we are only looking for the industry leading data security. So basic security is allowed, and global support infrastructure. That's where I was talking about. The infrastructure, there is a global support available for the cloud infrastructure. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Next is, how does SAP Concur improve compliance? Okay, I will answer.
Validate the details.
So automating the regulatory requirements for receipts, approvals, tax tools, providing audit trials and reporting for better governance, integrating vendor master data with procurement system. So this way we can actually improve the compliance. How can customer get started with SAP Concur? Any idea? Okay, there are few options. Work with SAP Concur account executive for guided implementation. So this is what earlier there was a question asked, like how to, get SAP Concur travel. So you have to work with SAP Concur account executive for the guided implementation. They will implement it for you and provide you the link. Use SAP Concur self-service tools and training for basic setup. So say suppose if you can do it, so you can actually use the self-service tool and training material for the basic setup. SAP Concur professional service for full service deployment. Attend SAP Concur training events and read documentations. So basically, there are two options. One option is contact the SAP Concur, so they will provide you the guided implementation, or go through the self-service tools and training materials so you can do the basic setup and start with small pilot before full rollout. So have a small setup first and make sure that setup works for travel, expense and invoice, and then you can have your full Concur setup ready. What type of training and support does SAP Concur offer? SAP Concur offer online courses, live webinars and self-paced learning, implementation specialist and project management. So the first level is online trainings, live webinars and self-paced learning. Next is implementation specialists are available. They will help you implement the Concur guided implementation. And then there is a project management group. They can also help us out in providing the support. And extensive online documentation and knowledge is available. So we can use that. Phone and email support with dedicated account team, customer community for forums to connect with other users. So basically, a lot of information available as an online course or live webinar and self-paced learning, or you can go with their project management team and ask for specific implementation, or you have implementation specialists. They will do the deployment part of the guided implementation. Extensive online documents and knowledge are available. Phone and email support with dedicated account team. So suppose we are working with an account team from SAP Concur, you can actually call them and get the support through email or phone. Customer community forums are also available. So there you can if you have any questions, you can ask in the community. How does SAP Concur improve employee experience? So SAP Concur provides a consumer-like experience for business process like expense report and travel booking. This improves employee experience by making tedious tasks like expense report easy via mobile app, providing consumer app for booking rides, hotels, flights, etc., offering fast reimbursement times by integrating with payroll, reducing paper receipts by digitalizing and automating the process, enabling employees to focus on more strategic work. So, how does SAP Concur improve employees' experience? So, what we learned from that, you can say actually few things. Guys, tell me, how does SAP Concur improve employee experience?
By automating expense reports and by easy travel booking. And by mobile application, by using mobile application, it is like upload receipts there and transparency in approvals.
Okay. Digitalizing the receipts.
Yes.
Enabling employees to focus more on they can focus more on the strategic work. So the last question: how does SAP Concur enable innovation and productivity? With SAP Concur, organizations can automate manual finance process to reduce costs and free up employees to focus on more impactful work. So we are making organization to automate the manual finance process because that way, a lot of time can be saved and a lot of work of the employees utilization can also be reduced. Built-in integration capabilities also allow IT teams to easily connect SAP Concur to existing ERP, HR, and other systems to create more unified data landscapes. So basically, integrations talks about built-in integration. It can be integrated to ERP, HR, and other systems. Remember, we discussed about ERP, payroll, and ban. New innovations like artificial intelligence further increase the automation and efficiency over time. So, from these questions, we understood that machine learning is possible, artificial intelligence is possible. Machine learning increase the speed of the application. Artificial intelligence increase the automation and efficiency over time.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which feature in SAP Concur helps users track and manage business travel expenses? Option A, Concur Travel. Option B, Concur Payroll. Option C, Concur Reporting. Option D, Concur Audit. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing expenses? Our SAP Concur course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Concur. It's like a smart tool for tracking expenses, travel, and invoices, all in one place. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Concur Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Here we are going to see in detail about the travel management with SAP Concur. So this talks about creating and submitting travel requests. What are the benefits of using SAP Concur for the travel request? So for the travel request, the first benefit is the centralized platform. So this application acts as a centralized application where you can go and do the travel request. And efficiency and automation. Since it is automated and fast, we can efficiently do the submission of the travel request, compliance and policy enforcement. So in through this travel, when we submit the travel request, it try to comply with the policies and regulations of that particular organization and real-time visibility. So whatever request like travel itineraries or expense approval, likewise many other things can be seen in the application itself. So these are 4 benefits of using Concur for travel requests. Now we will look at creating and submitting travel requests. So how to create a travel request? So first step is access to SAP Concur, navigate to request, and then enter trip details, select expenses, and review and submit. So basically what we do is, so before that, let me know if everybody has got desktop access to the Concur site. So let's move on to the next part. Actually, this is for the new participants. First, you have to go to your phone. You have to download Microsoft Authenticator from your Play Store. So to do this two-factor authentication, if you already have Microsoft Authenticator in place, it's good. Otherwise, please install that. Once you install, make sure your account is there in that particular authenticator. Click on that. It will give you an passcode. Have you guys got the passcode?
Yeah, I'm doing.
You already have it, right?
Confirm.
Okay. Also, we did. So if you have any problem, let me know.
Yes, everyone is on same page.
Okay, fine. So we saw this website and we are mainly going to go over the travel part. So SAP Concur, if you click here, you see travel and expense as an application, and as an administration, we have a travel and expense settings as well. So we will look at some travel settings as well as the travel part. Okay, as per the steps, what we have to do is access the SAP Concur. We did that. Navigate to the request and the trip details. So here, when we come here we need to enter the trip details. So basically, I'm going to go for a one way won't work. So let's do round trip. Let's say PHL. This is Philadelphia to Chicago. We can use it for June, starting say let's say, and we will be back by 6. We will on the departing day. We choose morning before it's like 5 hours before the morning time or 5 hours later the morning time, or you can specify a specific time. Say suppose flight will be at 5 a.m. This will be like let's say 7 a.m. Then 5 hours early, if is there any flights available, it will show. Similarly, after 7 a.m., after 5 hours after 7 a.m. also will be shown. Similarly, on return, it will show the similar approach. While returning, we either start at the afternoon or start at the evening. Mostly we can give afternoon because we are giving the plus minus 5 hours time frame. And it says, so here we need to select pickup or drop off car at airport. So this is for the rental purpose. So what we do is when we reach Chicago, we go to, before that we would have booked the car rental. We can go to Avis or we can go to Hertz, and then either one of them, we have more options available, enterprise car rental and so on. So they go to their office, pick up the car, and when you come back on Thursday, you will have to drop off the car at the airport, and then the car rental will be handled. So we can select that option if you want. And then say suppose if we are booking the flight, if you select automatically reserve this car, it will go and reserve the car, depends upon the settings, car settings you provided, because it will pick which car provider you want, what size of the car it should be. Mostly intermediate cars are possible. If it is beyond that, it would require the authorization from your manager. And similarly, so it's a Hertz and intermediate car. And hotel, finding a hotel will be like either search within the 5 miles from airport or the company location or the address given, or even if you have the zip code, you can use that. So I say airport, and in the flight which class you want. It is recommended that we can go with economy, premium economy, business class, first class, and mixed classes. So economy class is fine because it does not require additional approval. However, from premium till like first class, you will have to get an approval from your manager. And the flight carrier, you can actually specify which one you want. I'm not doing that now. Include additional refundable airfare. If anything additional, refundable airfare is available, it will select that. So with this information, that is the flight, the hotel, and the car rental, we are going to search. So on the left side, what you see is the trip summary, where first we selected a flight or a train. So it's a flight from Philadelphia to Chicago, which depart on Monday, the 3rd of June 2024, and return back on Thursday on the 6th. So that is the flight information. Car rental pickup Monday, the same date, like 3rd of June. Similarly, drop off at 6th of June. There is no time specified because the time you arrive at airport, you go and pick up the car. Similarly, you drop at the evening and select an hotel. Okay, here as I selected for 1 week customer visit. So 3 nights we will be booking the hotel. It is in Chicago. What we would do, we would check in on Monday. So normally, like if you go to the customer site in SAP, what we would do, we normally go on either Sunday so that we can directly go to the customer site on Monday, or we book flight in the Monday morning so that from Monday morning from airport directly we can drive to the customer site. So that's what it is mentioned. Similarly, hotel checkout will be on Thursday morning because you won't return back to the hotel. But in certain scenario, if you are returning back before your like 12:30 p.m. check-in checkout time, you have to get out of the hotel. So this is the total information of the trip, and then we need to finalize the trip. And below that, what you see here is the change search. Say suppose I want to modify whatever search I have done, I can go here and I can change the flight information, and then it says departing time. So you can actually it start from 6 a.m. till 11:45. So you can choose before that or after that, so that only this thing is available. So if I reduce this, you could see that there is a difference happening here. Okay, I'll put it back. So this is modifying the time. Similarly, you can modify the return time and also the price. So price shows starting from 87 to 831.97 dollars. So if you don't want that much, you can reduce. So certain flights will go from search list. So since our location does not require so much of price, so that is why it is still showing every search result. So display settings, we can set like hide flight without refundable fares. Yeah, certain flights we won't get refund. Say suppose if I am supposed to travel on Monday and I got sick, so that time I might postpone my trip. So in that scenario, Monday will become Tuesday, and my flight, if it is non-refundable, then I will lose that 1 day fare. So that's what it asking us to hide, whether non-refundable fares can be hidden. Hide propeller planes. So we have the option whether we want to choose the propeller or not. Depart/return same airport only. Yeah, we can choose this. Normally we go and we depart and return from the same airport only. So we can choose that. That's not a problem. And so the air filter, what we have given is shown Philadelphia departure, arrival ORD. Chicago has got 2 airports. So ORD or MDW. So we can choose ORD, and return also we can select ORD. And this is about the air filter criteria. And then connecting flight shows here. There are a lot more connecting flights are available that displayed on the left hand side. Now we go on to the next side, that is in the middle. What you see here is the Philadelphia to Chicago between 3rd to 6th. What are the flights available? So we can see that Frontier is not available. We have United, it's available, and okay, no, let's go down. Frontier is available starting from 8:59 a.m. PHL to 10:21 ORD. This is a non-stop flight, and it takes only 2 hours 22 minutes. So this is shop by fares or shop by schedule. So we can do that based upon the schedule as well. So let's see this. But when you look at the return flight, it is from 11:26 a.m. ORD to 12:01 a.m. PHL. That is, it's a non-stop. There is an additional flight, Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson International Airport, Atlanta. So what we do is we have to get down in Atlanta and select the flight Atlanta Hartsfield. And since it is a connection flight, it takes about 11 hours 35 minutes. This is something we don't go for because it is too much of layover time. Because from PHL to ORD, it's just 2.5 hours. But instead, on the return flight, it is showing 11 hours 35 minutes. So let's move on to the next airline. That is the Spirit Airline. So Spirit Airline also has got on the departure and arrival, we have got one stop. So we can skip this because it both the sides it takes a lot of time. Let's look at United. Yes, United looks okay because it starts at 6 a.m. and it reaches around 7:24. And ORD from Chicago to Philadelphia, we start around 11:50 and reach at 2:24. So this is a non-stop flight, and it's from Philadelphia to Chicago, it takes 2 hours 24 minutes, whereas while coming back, it just 2 hours 9 minutes. This flight is okay. United has another flight starting at the same time, so this is the same flight, and while coming, it is a different flight because the timing is 2:20 p.m. till 5:29 p.m. So while coming, it would be recommended we come a little late. So this one looks good for me, and we have more options. Let's not choose that because everything has got return flight time, more. So I'm going to select this one, United, with this timing. So it is selected. Benefits. So this is like economy, yes, and fully refundable. So we can choose which one we want, and then it selected that flight. Now it's time for our travel information. So in here we had seen a location where in expense settings it asks us to add our information. So I have provided some details here, and I haven't added. Though I have a frequent flyer program, I have not added here. And the next step is select the seat. So to select the seat, you need to view seat map. Okay, so there are a couple of seats we can look for. Available shows normal, like in blue color. Occupied or unavailable shows white, and if it is an exit row, you can see that the one with star, white one with star, and arrows are shown. Say suppose there is no seat available, then it would be grayed out. And say if you have any preference, it will show like in the blue there will be like little bit of whitish part and preferential. So the one you see blue with star is paid preferential, and also paid preferential is like filled. This white with star is shown. So these are the possible seats available. So I have selected one in here. Then I just say close. The same goes with the second aircraft. Select it, and then say close. And finally, it shows the review price summary. Airfare $395.39. Taxes and fees $59.55. Charges $450. So what it does is it adds fare plus tax. So total charges $450.94. And next is method option. So what I did, I have added 2 credit cards here, MasterCard. So I choose one of the MasterCard and then reserve the flight and continue. So it goes for the reservation. It takes a little bit time. So let's wait for the reservation. So air reservation is done. Now this is showing the hotel. This is the map in which where the hotels are located. So you can either hide the map and select the hotel which is below. So say Holiday Inn Hilton. Then let's go with Marriott. Holiday Inn. I don't see Marriott. So let's go with Hilton. It is 1.1 miles away from the airport. So here the ticket flights are high than the normal rate. So it will require an approval from our manager within 24 hours time. So there are various room options. So Hilton owner discount, owners restricted one king bed combo with Wi-Fi, HDTV as with high def channel. What are the channels available? Next is the same discount with one king bed. The same does not make any difference. Okay, earlier one is the restricted on, but here it applies the complete owner's discount. That's why the price rate is high. And the next one is ABC Global Services. So that is another discount option. There also you get one king bed with Wi-Fi, HDTV with high definition channels. So let me see what is the lowest. Okay. Anyway, it goes for the approval. So this will ask this hotel book lower rate attending conference other reasons. So let's say book lower rate and please. So this triggers an email to the manager for the approval. So please approve this reservation. Okay. So this time an email would have triggered. So now what we did, we reserved the hotel. Next is provide hotel room preferences. So you can also provide a request for a crib, request all away bed, and request form pillows. You can request any of these things. And then we go enter hotel guest information, the same as my information. Hotel reservation will be around 1,322.46 USD dollars, and we pay using the card, MasterCard. I have two cards added, and then when you come here, we have to accept the rate details and cancellation policies. So we are choosing the Hilton. So it says the hotel provided the following information: rate 440.89, total rate 1,234.22 USD dollars. Rate changes over duration of stay. So we are going to stay for 3 days. See, if you see in the 3 days, only the first day is the highest rate, 440. The other 2 days, the rate is lower. And this talks about the policy. Rate policy overrides hotel general policy further down. Cancel by 29/5. See, this is about the reservation. So we have reserved on 28. So within 24 hours, if you try to cancel, it will avoid penalty. Accepted form of guarantee. Credit card accepted for guarantee. Guarantee purpose, you can give the credit card. And cancellation policies, these rate rules for the cancellation requirement. And it talks about what all booking we have done. So if that is fine, select I agree the hotel rates, restrictions, and cancellation policy and reserve the hotel and continue. So now it is reserving the hotel. Okay. So now we booked a flight, we booked a rental card, which is confirmed, and confirmation code is also there, and hotel confirmation is also there, return flight. So total trip fare is 2007.50. That is this rate. So this includes what? It includes flight, car, hotel, and this is the return flight. So we can go to next, or say suppose if you find any problem, we can cancel the trip. Since this is okay, I am just going on to the next step. So finally, it is Chicago trip. This is Philadelphia to Chicago. Purpose is customer visit. It is a billable trip. So we just have to provide that because these two are required. And then go to the next step. So we have the trip confirmation. So what all we done will be provided here. And as I said, the total cost would be $2,007.50. So now it's time for us to purchase the ticket. Click on the purchase ticket. So in the background, it is purchasing the tickets. Okay, so our trip is finished. All the details are there. You can email the itinerary. Okay, it will send an email with itinerary to my mail ID. So we will do the exercise in the end, or if you want to try it out, we can try it out now.
We can try it out.
Let's
During the session.
try it out at the end of the session.
Of the session. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then we move on to the creating and submitting requests, adding expense details. So I completed the entire flow. Now you will see in the slides it talks about airfare. So specify the preferred airline that we chose, departure and arrival location, and any of the relevant details. Hotel. Enter the check-in, check-out dates, preferred accommodation type, and any special request. So you had seen the accommodation details. Based on that, the price was given, and then there was an option for a crib and preferred pillows, and one more option was there. So that is the special request. I haven't selected the special request. And car rental, it provides the pickup and drop off locations, rental duration, and car type if required. So what will as normal as we have to provide the airport address, or sometimes the rental places will be little far. So we have to select, if you choose the Hertz, you have to choose the Hertz which is closest to the airport, so you can go there and pick up the car. Similarly, you can drop there, and sometimes you might need to take a taxi to go to airport. Rental duration will be same as the hotel duration, and the car type is mostly intermediate. Other expenses. If there are additional expenses like meals, transportation, or conference fees, include them in the request. So we can add additional requests like for the meals, as well as, say, suppose we have a conference fee if we are not going to the customer, so that can be included in the request. And next is creating and submitting travel request. What is how the policy compliance looks like? So the first one, SAP Concur automatically validates travel requests against company policy. So once you reserve your, or once you add your reservation, it goes for every scenario, like in the airline, in the hotel, as well as in the car rental. It looks for a company policy and make sure whether each of these are compliant with the policy. If not, it will send an email to your manager. That is a settings we can set up, whether you want to send an email to your manager, you want an approval from your manager. Those kind of things will be set in the configuration. Then say suppose if any violation are detected, you will be notified and prompted to adjust the request accordingly. So say suppose the violation happens from the travel side, you will get a notification and you would ask to adjust the request accordingly. So that's the step we do for the policy violation. So if there are policy exceptions, in some cases we may need to provide additional reasoning for exception to the policy rules. Say suppose I booking a hotel. Normally hotel reservation has got $350 assume as the limit, and I booked a hotel for $500. That is a policy violation. So what I could do is I could give an explanation why this has happened, because there are no other hotel close by to the customer site or to the airport. So if you provide the additional reasoning for the exception, they will be accept that and allow us to book the whatever reservation it is. The next is approvals and notification. So basically we have a workflow. So submitted travel requests are routed through the appropriate approval workflow based on the company policy. Say suppose workflow routing is based on company policy. It will actually not go to the manager for the approval. It directly go to the Concur, finance department. Say suppose if any violations are detected, you will be notified and prompted to adjust the request accordingly. So this is directly from the Concur side. So we would have to, say suppose the flight rate is higher than 350. Okay, I need to adjust. So it will ask us to do it, or you can provide, with reasoning why your hotel rates are high. So there the approval notifications happens. And then the third step is, in some cases, you may need to provide additional reasoning for exceptions to policy rules. So additional reasoning for exception to policy rules, in that scenario, your travel notification gets sent. Is that clear? These are the approvals and notifications. So basically, we can set it as a notification to manager or notification or approval to manager. That's up to us when we set it up as an administrator. Then creating and submitting travel request, tracking and monitoring. So what we track and monitor in a travel request. So request status. SAP Concur provides real-time visibility into the status of travel request. So you can actually see what is the status of your request. Request history. User can view the history of their travel request, including approvals and any changes made. And reporting and analytics. SAP Concur offers reporting and analytics capabilities to track travel expenses and identify trends. See, suppose there are three ways. First, if you want to see whether your travel request, you have booked some, request, then you get the real time visibility. Say suppose you have already traveled using Concur a couple of times, you get the history of that. And the reporting and analytics is important because we need to know the trend of. So how we book the flight. First step is start search that I showed here. So this is the start search, and then from here select the hotel. So the second step is a hotel will, sorry, once again. Yeah, this is the booking of a flight. So it has to select the flight as first. So we select the flight, and then we select the hotel, and then third part we select the rental. This is all I showed earlier. And then as a fifth step, it will ask us to review the travel detail page, which is the itinerary. Once you review, so this reviews the travel details. Next is you have to review the booking information, and finally purchase the ticket. So this is what we have seen earlier. Any question here? Guys, is it clear, or do you have any questions? Okay, I am moving on to the next part. Okay, steps to book a hotel. To book a hotel from SAP Concur homepage, select the hotel tab. Enter your search criteria such as check-in, check-out dates, locations, and other search options, and select the search. To hide the map and view more of the search result, select hide map. So that we did actually when we were doing the reservation. If you want to do only hotel, go here, provide, say suppose check-in time 3rd to 4th, no, not to 4th, 3rd to 7th. And as I said, search within 5 miles. It's all the same, and do a search. So reference point is, since I haven't chosen the place, okay, let's say New York, okay, because I already have a trip from Philadelphia to Chicago within the given timeline. It asks whether you want to book anyway, because one person can't go to two places at the same time, right? So let's say no. What I could do, I could go here, select from 10 till 14 and search. So this is searching for hotel. So first of all, in the search criteria left side, it gives all the details and whether you want to change this search result. And here it shows check-in on Monday, June 10th, check-out on Friday, June 14th, and it shows the map. So you can hide the map, or you can see various hotels. Let's say in Manhattan, there is a Hilton available. You can click on that. It is already displayed down. That's why it's not taking us. Or you can hide this map, go to the available results. So this is sorted by various ways. So at the moment, it's most compliant. That will be the least rate will come on the top. Or you can select low to high, high to low rating. Hotel rating depends upon the hotel rating. Say suppose if you see Hilton has 3 ratings, so if you select the hotel rating, that will come on the top, or the distance. So we mostly, if you travel, we choose distance. Or policy most compliant, least compliant, and default. I select by distance. Select by distance. There is a hotel which is Hilton Garden, 463. Again, if you look here, 325 is the maximum we could book. So if it is greater than 325, there will be an approval request sent to the manager. So let's click here. Then these are the room options available. So you can select 463, and this is for the approval purpose. It asks why you chose that hotel. So you will provide that information. Select the specific room time. That is what I was showing here. These are the room options. And then to reserve a room, select the price. Scroll down and select the checkbox to agree the hotel rules, rate, rules, restrictions, and cancellation policies. You must have noticed earlier when I was booking. Okay, I can show it again. I'm selecting this. Okay, just save. So this is preferences. You can either choose a form below. We don't have. Some people take their family, so they use crib if they have children. And my information is added already. So total hotel bill is coming, and I am choosing this as my payment. And then I was reading about, scroll down and select the checkbox to agree hotel rule, rate rules, restrictions, and the cancellation policy. So this part is what you see here. Here you have to go through the rate policy, cancellation policy, and so on. So once you read that, you go ahead and agree the hotel, and then it comes here. Finalize your hotel, select the hotel reservation, and continue. So that's what we do. Reserve hotel and continue. Let's give it a bit of time. Okay. So our case, they don't need. This is just hotel reservation. Hotel Indigo, New York Financial District. This gives the total information about the hotel reservation alone. For me, this is okay. So trip purposes gone, and it is billable. Go next, and it is asking whether to confirm the ticket. So you say confirm the booking. Now it's booking the hotel. So you get a trip locator. This you can keep with you. So you can search. If you want to search about your trip, you can give the trip locator to locate your. And here all the details as we discussed earlier: trip overview, reservation, total cost, estimated cost, whether you want to print the itinerary or email the itinerary. So that's hotel reservation. We can go back and see steps to booking a hotel. To continue with reservation, scroll down, then select next. To continue with reservation, scroll down and then select next. Same. On the trip confirmation screen, scroll down and confirm the booking. We did that now. So next is the workflow authorized approval. So before that, let's do one exercise.
It's completed the flight part, but I am unable to get cab details while booking car.
Can you show your screen?
This is the, I'm trying to search like this. This is the search.
Okay. You're searching between 6 airport terminal. Oh yeah, because in India, cab facilities are, especially renting a car is difficult, no?
Yes.
So that is the only reason you're not getting it. So did you book an airline?
Yes, that part. Sorry, that part.
Yeah, now it is searching for cars. This is a problem within India, very difficult to find. So you have searched in US, right?
Correct.
So you can You choose either Enterprise, Avis, Hurt. Avis and Hurt like kind of standard, but Hurt you don't have. So you can choose Enterprise or Avis is lesser than that. If you go down,
Yeah, this one.
yeah, can you just go down?
This
Yeah, select 67.69. Okay. So rental car, any preference? Yes, GPS you can include. Sometimes they will also provide insurance.
Yes,
And the total cost, have you booked for just for a day?
just for a day. Yes.
Okay, then reserve the car and continue.
Binu, can we save it as a draft before submitting it or before reserving this?
Yeah. Oh, save it as a draft. Okay. You have you given your original credit card?
No, no, no. It's just a dummy credit.
Okay. And then what will happen after some time? It will come as the cancellation. It got cancelled due to
Okay.
your credit card issues. It will say that. So can you show your? So this is good. Can you show your air? Okay,
Sure.
screen like a home page, dashboard.
Yeah, sure. I will do it.
Okay, fine.
This is the one I have booked.
Yeah,
Hyderabad to Varanasi. You can see. Yeah, just June 15th start date and date. And
Okay.
I selected this economy class for 21 years. And
Yeah, this looks good. Please share your screen.
So I have done the booking for flight and car rental, but for hotel, I'm getting some credit card error. So first,
Can you show your error?
one second.
Yeah.
First, let me show you the flight and hotel bookings, and the car rental bookings.
Okay.
So this is the booking for rental car.
Okay.
I booked on this date.
Okay. Car booking is good.
And then I go for hotel.
Okay. Oh, this is because your rent. Yeah, it's coming. There is some conflict with the car, so that's why it was showing one message.
So these are the available hotels.
Yeah. Okay. Your name and okay.
This is the verified.
Sorry, I was talking in mute. Actually, when you were given the credit card, have you given the right? Though it is dummy, it has to be in the right format for each card. So which card?
Yeah, I entered the MasterCard details and dummy number. So for flight booking, it was okay, but for this, it is showing this error.
Yeah. So your credit card is the problem.
Okay, so how can I update that?
So what I did was like I googled for the formats. So which card have you used? Like MasterCard or Visa?
MasterCard, yeah, MasterCard and enter a dummy number.
Okay.
From profile section, can we edit that detail?
Yeah, and even you can edit it here as well. You can 1 second.
It will take you to the start point.
It's not here. I was saying while reserving the number. Okay, I can share a MasterCard sample number on the chat, and you can edit this card. Yeah, you can add a new card because when you edit, it will not show you the number. That is disabled. You would have to add another card. I did try reset also, wasn't working for me.
So I need to edit this one.
Yeah, you add
MasterCard?
Yes, MasterCard.
Card format.
You can copy paste from the chat. You didn't have to save that card. Now you need to select the card. 1 second.
Yeah,
That is correct. Okay. Yes. Now.
Yes.
It's good. Now next. No. Go down. Go down. Okay. Connect. Here you have to give two things: trip purpose and billable or not. Next. Okay. Trip is confirm. Yes, confirm booking. Okay. So you can add it into the calendar or you can have it itinerary. Send us an email. You see it on the left side down. 2 trips.
I did the flight booking also on yesterday, but it's not showing.
Okay. So you can try again quickly. Okay. So it gives you the total fare. Okay. So this is beyond $150, so you need an approval. Yeah. Okay. You can choose next. If I check my mail, I would have got all the reservation. Okay. So your flight from Hyderabad to Mumbai by that's okay. That's a confirmed booking. Right. Very good. So is it clear? It's clear, right?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, I did a flight booking.
Yeah.
But I think I did not complete that.
Okay.
Now it's done. Yeah, thank you.
So I will show my screen. Okay, so we are going to look at the workflow, like how the approvals are working and all that. So section 1 is the permissions. A company administrator may or may not have the correct permission to use this feature. So at the moment, I don't have authorization workflow modification permission, but I can go through the details and explain it to you. So that's what it mentioned. Even though you are an administrator, you might not have the correct permission to use this feature. The administrator may have limited permission. For example, they can only certain groups, they can affect only certain groups and or use only certain options. If a company administrator needs to use this feature, does not have a proper permission, they should contact company concur administrator. So say suppose I am a manager, I want my I'm part of sales or pre-sales, and my subordinates want to travel, and I want to know that okay, we are complying with the travel policy. In that scenario, I would need to add or get more authorization for workflow. So that was I would contact a company's concur administrator. The administrator should be aware that some of the tasks described in the guideline can be completed only by concur. Yeah, correct. Certain specific task will be completed only by concur. In this case, client must initiate a service request with SAP client support. So if it's for the client purpose, then client will have to initiate a service request with the concur client support. That is the permission. The second one is the overview of request features. General information about requests, such as what the user sees, what approver sees, workflow, settings, configuration, and basics, etc. So these are the overview which you can see for a particular user. That I will take you through the travel configuration in some time. So this is the request configuration. Not all request features are available for all request implementation. So is the implementation is standalone, make this feature available. Standalone feature available, yes, or of integrated with concur expense, but not travel. So see, this application has independent component, like travel is a different group, expense is a different group. So if you need only travel, then you can have contacted the concur team, administration team, and then they will get you the concur travel part alone. So it is asking whether it is integrated with the concur expense, not the concur travel. You can say yes, or you can put it as optional. Integrated with concur travel, but not concur expense. So this is the case only when travel will be available, not the concur expense. So you can say yes, or you can put it as optional. Integrated with concur expense as well as the concur travel, the feature is available, yes, or optional. And then we go on to the workflow guides. So refer to these guides when configuring and maintaining workflows. Okay. So what we need to do is concur request workflow general information. Read this guide for general information about the request workflow. Concur request workflow authorized approval. Read this guide if company use authorized approvals, but only after reading the concur request. Workflow general information setup guide. So if there is a setup guide, so that has got all this information about the workflow. Next is concur request workflow cost object approval. Read this guide if the company use cost object approvals, but only after reading the concur request. The cost object is like cost center object or internal order. There are many ways, sales order. So if any of that we want to use, we can do, but we need to actually do it after reading the concur request workflow general. This is a setup guide. So if you read the setup guide, you can set all these options. Then we go on to the section 5, request authorized approval overview. An authorized approver has the request approver role and a special approver permission. See, as a manager, would have a request approver role as well as a special approver permission. So there are two types. Limit approvals. Approval. If the company wants to use limit approval, administrator assigns each authorized approver an amount limit. The authorized approver can then approve a request if the request total is equal to or less than the assigned limit. So limit, see, even though approver has got option to approve, this limits the approval. Say suppose we put a particular, say, flight reservation or a hotel, let's say hotel reservation, maximum is $350, then this limits the approval process. Exception approval. If the company wants to use exception approval, the administrator defines a minimum and a maximum exception level. The authorized approver can approve a request if it has an exception level at or between the defined minimum and maximum level. So exception approval is like it has a lower value and a higher value. If the approver is trying to either between the defined minimum and maximum value, then it considered to be the exception level. So next is managing the travel itineraries and changes. So making modification to a trip that has already been booked. Click the travel at the top of the SAP Concur homepage. Select the upcoming trips tab. Click on the trip name. Your travel itinerary will display. Click the change link for itinerary segment you need to change. Make the necessary changes and save. This is something I can show it. So go to the Concur and we know that our trips are getting displayed. So select the trip. So this is here we can cancel, but we can't make modification. I'll just go back. Actually, it should come here. In my case, it's not getting displayed. So my trips more. So select my trips. Actually, this is the way we can do. But in some cases, for you can see on the front screen itself somewhere here with itineraries and all that. So that will help us to get into there and then change the trip. This is difficult for me to change the trip. It's already been booked. So it is asking me to return to the travel desk. Okay. Yeah. This is what I was telling. In the upcoming travel, it shows all the upcoming travels. And here it allows us to cancel the travel because we have confirmed it. So only possibility is cancel. That's what it was talking about.
I have one doubt. While we in the travel request, and if we have any hotel change or anything, is it possible to change in the middle of the request?
In the middle of the request, yes, it's possible. But once you confirm, then it is only possible to cancel. Say suppose I can show that.
Yeah, sure.
Say suppose I am doing a reservation to pick some other time, date and time. Okay. Let's say 4 days, 3 days, airport. Okay, I can choose airport. Search. There is a conflict. That's okay. I am just going for search. Then say I have selected this. I don't need the map. I can hide the map. And say suppose you are in the middle of the booking, then there are a lot of options to change your search. And see, as I mentioned, if you want to change the price, you can look between like say 246 till 1600. So that is a change. And here you can, if you want to enable e-receipt, all the other things are coming, and amenities if you want breakfast, broadband internet, business center is not required, fitness maybe we can use. So these are the things you can add while you book the ticket. So once it is booked, then we won't be able to do anything. Like say suppose I have selected Hotel Holiday Inn. So this is running. 1 second. So since I haven't booked the hotel yet, I can actually go back and make changes to the reservation. I can do some other hotel Hilton. Then I come here. I can go with my correct credit card. Then you can read the accept trade details and cancellation policy. And finally, you can do your hotel reservation and continue. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we go on to the next slide. This is the integration. Simple to activate and require minimal IT resources. We will see the integration on a later point, but just to cover what it is. Improve accuracy by eliminating the need to enter data into multiple systems. Say suppose what will happen, the data, we don't need to add additional data. It will be passed from the other tool into our SAP Concur. It could be from ERP, it could be from a bank, it could be from payroll. So all those things will come here. Provide timely information and reduce reporting delays. So this will, what will happen? The data, if you keep an integration point, the data will be coming into your Concur system and it will be accurate and on a timely manner. We can actually provide information and reduce reporting delays. Here, any reporting delay will occur. So what SAP Concur integrations are available? Enterprise application. So business solutions that seamlessly integrate with your SAP Concur platform and individual user connections. Individual user, so ERP is what the first one talks about. Second one is individual user connections. Individual users can link user connection apps to their own SAP Concur account, and these links are created in a secure fashion using authentication tokens rather than through manual sharing of username and password. See, individual connections can cause trouble. So when you connect, if it is not really authenticated or secured, it may, there is a possibility that it can be hacked. So to avoid that, we are going with an authentication token rather than the username and password. So that's a two possible. Okay, the next one is, sorry, I wrongly pressed. Manage an itinerary change for book ticket. So how do you manage the itinerary change? Basically, travel will have a reservations from the menu. Locate the confirmed reservation record on a record you want to modify and then select the change. Alternatively, you may receive an email from SAP Concur with an option to modify your itinerary through the provided link. On the change page, you will see itinerary details, flight, hotel, rental, car, booking, etc. Click on the view alternate flights for those specific flight segment you need to change due to the rescheduling. Review the alternative options given a date or time needed, adjust the filters and select the desired flight. So this is an exercise. So the first thing is travel policy. So basically, we add two different types of travel policy. One is the executive policy and one is the general policy. So we like normal scenario, everybody will be added as an executive, everyone will be added to executive travel policy. General policy is a different scenario. So what are the travel rules? There are a lot of things we need to cover here. Say suppose, as I said, we have two different travel policy. One is the executive and the general one. We set up the rules here. So if it is executive, what we will do is, so what it mentioned here as an information, to enable a rule, choose log for reports, notify manager, passive approval or require approval from the list. Please note, passive approval and require approval will prevent instant purchasing fare from being offered. Once you have enabled a rule, you can change the values associated with it. Be sure to save your changes before moving on to the next step. So, itinerary, travel itinerary, all trips, whether we can log for report, notify manager, passive approval, require approval, and it is disabled. So we don't need all these things in a normal trip itinerary. If you think actually you can log for report, yes, we can do that. Then you need to set up log for report. And next is trip duration. So trip duration greater than or equal to 1 day, or it's a customizable field. So as of now, it is given as one. So 1 day, and the itinerary has air segments and itinerary has no hotel segments, what should we do? Should we log for report? Should we notify manager? Should we do a passive approval, require approval or disable? So we can disable it. That's about the travel itinerary. And about the flight, there are situations. Suppose airfare greater than 500. So greater than or equal to $500. So in that scenario, you can actually notify manager because airfare is higher than what we expected. Then airfare is greater than or equal to the least cost logical airfare plus $1. So this is a normal case. We are not adding more of it. So we don't need to notify the manager. We can keep it disabled. Carrier is not preferred. So say suppose you are saying like Frontier Airline, you don't want, or normally, we have particular airlines we don't prefer in US. So those things, if you want to actually allow not preferred, you can actually do that, or it will hide the result. Say suppose if you don't want those carrier to be shown, you can hide the result or show but do not allow. So it will be displayed, but the selection option will be disabled, or you can disable it so this functionality will not come at all. So for this purpose, we don't need to notify the manager. We don't need a passive approval. We don't need an require approval because this is a display or hide purpose. And then flights are in the region. So within the region, it will be like a connection flight where what we can do. It is similar to the earlier one. Oh, before that there was flights international. So flights international, we know that we are say suppose booking from US to UK or from India to US. Likewise, the reservation. So for that case, what we can do is log for report not necessary, notify manager is also not necessary, but we can hide those results or show the result. That's possible. So say suppose I change it to show but not allow. So in our scenario, we might need this flights. So as of now, we can do one thing. We can do a require approval. Say suppose it's an international flight. We all know that the price will be higher than a local flight. So it can require approval. This is the next one is flights are inter-region. In inter-region also, we don't need to notify a manager. If in case the price is higher, automatically that condition will go. Otherwise, what we could do is we could show or log for report. The next one is more than 4 passengers on the flight. Say suppose we are going to customer side, we go as a group. So it will be more than 4 to 5. But that would be the case if I am a person, I am the project manager and I'm booking ticket for my subordinates as well. So in that scenario, this occurs, but normally that won't be the case. Everyone individually book their flights. So we can keep it disabled. Flight arrival country or region. Say these countries like Syria and a couple of other countries, Cuba and other 2 more countries mentioned here. So all those regions, we will not show the flights or hotel or even rental car. So that will be hide result. That place we are not allowed to go as per the company policy. And flight departure or arrival city is SIP. So that also it hides the result. That's about the flight reservation. Flight class. So business class allowed when flight distance is greater than or equal to 1 mile. So this can be changed to say suppose 100 miles. It can be allowed. First class allowed when the flight distance is greater than or equal to, maybe this can give 1,000 miles. Premium economy allowed, okay, for above 50 miles. Cabin class allowed, that is first class or business class when marketing airline is 2V. So 2V is nothing but the Amtrak. It's a train. You can choose in train either first class, business class. It's not a problem because it won't cost as much as the airline. And then comes the flex faring. Fare bucket is in, say suppose you are setting a amount like your flight reservation should be less than $1,000. So you can add that here, or you can disable the entire thing. A fare bucket is not in, okay, say suppose it is not in the in $1 to $1,000. It goes beyond that. Then also we can, fare bucket can be disabled. Marketing airline is in dash and fare bucket. Okay, so we are selecting the marketing airline as in which one and what is the fare bucket. So those kind of selections won't be there. That is why these are disabled. If I enable it, we would be able to see in the travel part more options. So carriers not preferred, disabled. Airfare is greater than or equal to 500. Then we can notify manager. Airfare is greater than or equal to the least cost logical airfare plus $1. We can just, okay, sorry, we can do this way. We can require approval in case if it is greater than or equal to $500. Say suppose airfare is greater than or equal to the least cost logical airfare plus $1 can be notified to the manager. So it will be just send an email to the manager. It's up to us how we want to set up the flex rate. Say suppose we are moving on to the car rate. So in the car greater than or equal to $50 per day, do we require an approval? No. We can actually do a passive approval. Automatically it get approved. Car vendor is not preferred. It's disabled. Or you can show or hide the results. So let's say show but not allow. Car size exceeds the company preferred size, intermediate. So then that case, notify your manager. Certain scenarios we would have to notify the manager. Certain scenario we would have to require approval. Certain scenario we would have to just show but not allow. And in this case, next is car type is of given specific type. In that scenario, we can actually do either notify manager or you can disable it. So if you disable it, this option will not come while you search for the car. For the hotel property is not preferred and hotel search results contain preferred properties. So say suppose we are choosing, say which hotel we can say suppose Marriott is not it's not the normal case, but say suppose it is not preferred, then it will not show, it will be disabled. A hotel rate is greater than $200, definitely we would need an approval, so we would have to require an approval. Hotel rate is greater than or equal to the lowest rate at the hotel plus one, which we don't need this scenario, or we can do a passive approval. So automatically it get approved. A rate description contains non-refundable. Say suppose it is looking for the word non-refundable, then what it will happen is non-refundable, book early, a prepayment, and non-refundable in various ways. Advance purchase. So these are the things which we should show but not allow. So that is given here. Or we can do one thing, we can disable it or log for report. It will allow, but it will log for the report. Notify manager. This is not something we should notify the manager. So earlier what was the status? Let's keep it show but not allow. Hotel rate is greater than 200 and hotel is not in city. That is one of couple of locations given. So say suppose the hotel is greater than 200 and hotel is not in the city, that is one of the given cities, then you can disable that, or you can choose accordingly as per your requirement. These one of the options can be selected. Hotel rate is greater than or equal to 325 and the hotel is in the city that New York, Boston, Chicago, San Francisco. So all these places are quite costly. So that is the reason it is mentioned specifically those places. So we would put that as disabled. That's about the hotel reservation. Web air. So Travel Fusion airfare is greater than the least cost reservation system option on the same carrier or route plus $1. We don't need to add anything to that. Let's disable that. Ticket change. Air exchange total cost, that is a fare plus penalties, is greater than $1. We don't need to provide that, so we can disable it. The options are vary depends upon the conditions. So in this case, we can notify the manager, show but not allow, disable, log for report. So in this case, and disable. So we are not choosing that, so let it be disabled. Fare differences is greater than $1. So that is also disabled. It doesn't make sense. You can change actually. I don't have access to those settings because it is by default, they have disabled it. So now the tripling.
So if you want to enable this, do we have to raise any request to Concur? How it will be?
So actually how it happens is, say suppose you want to have a travel part or travel and expense part, we would have to contact SAP Concur sales team. So they will get in touch with us to buy, for us to buy certain parts. They would provide a particular purchase order and all that. Once we agree, once we do the DocuSign and we pay the amount, they start doing the implementation part. So when they do the implementation part, it takes quite a lot of time, like sometimes it takes a month or more than that, 3 to 4 weeks it says. So that point in time, they will have a meeting with us and ask us about all these settings. So then you will know who is the person who does this, and then you can get back to them saying that, okay, for our scenario, we want these values, value to be enabled. So they will get it done.
Okay, got it. Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
So the next is the Concur.
So these fields grayed out only because we have chosen disabled, right? If you enable with, if you change it to notify manager, something like that, definitely it will enable, right?
Yes, it will enable. Say suppose I have kept some, actually, yes, send a trip request. Since I am set as a manager, I got the email to approve the request. So those things will happen if you set all notify manager is only email. Say suppose approval required, so it will go to the approval purpose. So in this case, say Concur trip link, all the trips we can notify the manager. Car vendor is not preferred, we can disable it. Car rate is greater than or equal to particular $50 on a particular day, you can actually either log it or notify the manager. So manager will get to know about, okay, your car rental is higher than $50. That's it. He won't be able to do anything. However, if it is an approval process, then require approval is needed. In this case, it is not there, so we can't do it. Hotel chain is not preferred. So in that case, we don't need to notify manager, we can disable it. Hotel property is not preferred, also disabled. Hotel rate is greater than, in this case, we would have to have a notification to the manager because hotel rate is higher than the policy rate and all carriers is not preferred. That can be disabled. So we've saved the rule successfully. And then we go on top here, benchmark fare. So this is, as I said, for executives. Select the option to define the lowest airfare. These options define benchmark low airfare and as a result indicate the rates that are out of policy. Be sure to save your changes before moving forward. So here we have option refund only. Say suppose 2 steps or less, include rail, no. So likewise, you can change number of stops, one stop or direct. In that case, it does not matter. It is fine. Or you can look for cheapest plane only. So in that scenario, we would have one more discount code option. So here we can add the discount and save it. That is the benchmark part. And manager notification. Say suppose manager notification and approval. Choose who will receive manager notification and approval request. Be sure to save your changes before moving on to the next step. So in this case, what we could do, we could either allow manager / approver define at the user level. So what is that? At the user level, one second, manager or approver is defined in the user step. Yeah, actually I showed that earlier. For example, say if I go to the expense settings and the user account, when you go to the user, there is a possibility to set various conditions. So that's what it is talking about: expense, invoice, travel, and reporting. So we can select those settings here. Then I'll go to the travel settings. Okay, next. We were here, benchmark, manager notify, and you can also select the manager name here. So it will be coming from the users. Say, let me say it is selected from the user I showed earlier here in the expense settings. From here, I'll just go back. Again, I need to go to the next here. Okay, search options. This section allows you to determine criteria specific to search request. So please select the travel configuration you want to update. Be sure the changes before moving on to the next step. So you can select your, this is specifically for this training from the ZaranTech LLC. So we keep that. Then select the search window for domestic and international travel. So default search window, domestic is 5. Travel policy time window is 3 recommended. You can add more till 8. Default search window 5 is recommended. So when you look at the search, it will be showing the domestic and international travel search. 5 search windows would be 5. Next is a checkbox. Use domestic default search window for intra-region flights. And so in that scenario, say suppose search has got 20 results. So 20 results won't be displayed on the screen. So what it will do, they'll display 5 on the first screen, another 5 on the other page, another 5 on the third page. So we can use pagination to select all those windows. So minimum time window 2, maximum 9, and default search type. We have initially default to search by price, initially default to search by schedule. So earlier, if you had noticed, I had shown you when you do an airfare everything, a reservation. Before reservation in the travel part, it shows by schedule, shows by fare. 2 tabs you were able to see. So that's what this is talking about. And then we go on to the travel feature. Travel feature, select the option you wish to enable. So enable self-registration, which means select the checkbox to allow user to select the travel class during the self-registration. Travel class will be economy, business class, or the first class. But that we don't do because it requires, say suppose if we are going beyond economy, it will go as premium economy, business class, or first class. It has to be notified to the manager, or you need to get the approval. So don't enable that. Enable manual hotels. We don't need to enable that. Enable ground booking. Ground booking is like a car or like Amtrak. So that's something we can wish to enable. And the trip privacy, default to share, default to private. This is something we can always keep as private, or default to private, always set to private, or default to shared. This can be shared. That's up to us to decide. So we looked at various travel rules. Then configurable messages. Say suppose, okay, before going to that, have you guys is understandable, or will you be able to do the settings as and when required on the travel rules part?
What you're saying is this executive, it is applicable for all employees, right? All the
No,
people
this
who
is
is there
only
in.
applicable for the administrator with the right. Not every employee
No,
change the admin. It will be a problem, right? So there will be a dedicated person who is available for that particular website, would be able to do all these things.
Okay. What if business requires only for specific country codes or specific countries like that?
In that case, you need to contact your admin and provide those countries. They will do the settings for you.
I mean, we are the admins now, right?
In this case, I set you the admin. I'm actually not supposed to set all of you the rights, but I gave you. That doesn't mean we can do in all the scenario. But in this case, you can try it out. That's all. Otherwise, in a normal scenario, there will be main administrator who will be setting all your policies.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, what all the rules are defined here are applicable for all of the employees, or for certain
It's
employees we have the
applicable
different
for
rules.
that. It's applicable for everybody.
Okay, like for in the organization we have the different roles like managers, senior managers. So for them we need to define the different rules. So how can you configure that?
Yeah, that is the workflow that I couldn't show because I don't have access to the workflow, which I will request. So in that case, we will be able to set up a particular scenario. Say suppose if you set up your name in an organization, in the background, it can take which department you belong, which team you belong, which manager you belong. So it can pick your manager automatically in the background and send the notification or send the approval request to the manager. Is that clear?
Okay, yeah. Suppose for here we can see that this is $500 is defined for, and for other employees we want to increase that limit. So how can we do?
So if you see on the screen as an administrator, I have the right to increase. I have the option to increase that amount, but we need to make sure this is the policies we are setting up. So you can increase to 600, then that will be the company policy. And you need to make sure, airfare is greater than or equal to, say, 600 should require an approval. So depending upon that, you have to change the settings as well.
Okay, yeah.
Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Few questions. Can you
Yeah.
open the chart?
It's in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Who will provide the cost center details? The cost center details while setting it up,
When we are raising.
provide the cost center details. We need to normally we actually the option for cost center is just a text box. So it can be entered by anybody. We are not defaulting any cost centers. These cost centers should be selected. No, it is just a normal option. When you are raising a travel request, the exchange rate will vary time to time, right? How it will be handled? It will be handled by the Concur app itself. We don't have to be worried about the exchange rate.
Okay,
Just
on the cost center side, can we have multiple cost centers also?
as of now, there is no configuration for the cost center. But when you book a ticket, there is a check like text box where you can enter the cost center. That's only possible. See, if you default cost centers, then this application will be default for some particular group. So that is the reason this is setting as generic.
So can we book the air tickets for one cost center and the cab and the other hotels for another cost center? So like that provision is there, right?
That then what you should do is when you book, say suppose everything goes to one cost center, then you should book everything together and give one time cost center. Say suppose as per your request, one airfare is booked on one cost center, car and hotel is booked on another cost center, then you have to do separate booking because only one text box is available to enter the cost center. So you have to think that in mind, book airfare separately and car and hotel separately. Car and hotel together you can book as per your point if it is together.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So next about the exchange.
Exchange, as I said, it will be handled by the Concur itself. It won't ask exchange rate and all that.
Okay.
Okay. So just in case of a wrong travel request, if user has to cancel and rebook, will the cost center allow multiple? Where will be the related settings? See, the cost center configuration is not possible actually. So when you cancel, it gets cancelled from the cost center as well. So whenever you enter it again, you have to provide the cost center. That's it.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
If the system is slow, do we have to raise it with Concur support, or do we handle? Actually, in a normal scenario, since we are booking, we see a delay, or a system goes a little bit slow while you see that running part. If it is too slow, then there could be some problem in the background. Then you need to contact the Concur team within your organization who set up the application in the cloud, and ask them, is there any error message shown in the infrastructure, like in the cloud?
Like we have the Azure side, okay, it will be maintained on a country to country upgrades, or the downtime will be there, right? So similarly, do we have anything for Concur in place? So in the first day, okay, we have to check, okay, these are the things that are working fine at the Concur side. Then we can check it from other end.
Correct. And say suppose the server is getting updated or upgrade, you're doing an upgrade. Those times you can expect a downtime. So those information sometimes get communicated, sometimes it won't get communicated. But yeah, we can also expect, like other systems, there would be a downtime when we do an upgrade or update, or any error in the background. Do we maintain employee designation wise hotel booking? No. Say for a manager, he can only allow the 3-star, 4-star hotel, or a kind of validation, etc., are in place. For hotel booking, for higher level, it's not the case. We go with the normal way of booking. But when you are a manager, you want first class, it will be allowed. So the approval process comes from the upper management. They know that you are a manager and you are traveling into some particular place, and you want to be in business class or first class. They might agree. That is an approval process coming from upper management.
Okay, it's clear. Thanks.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. SAP Concur integrates with which of the following to streamline travel booking? Option A, airlines and travel agencies. Option B, ERP systems. Option C, CRM platforms. Option D, social media platforms. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing expenses? Our SAP Concur course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Concur. It's like a smart tool for tracking expenses, travel, and invoices, all in one place. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Concur Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So what we were doing the travel policies. So let's continue that. So to start, like, we were adding 2 different policies that is supported by the Concur. Executive policy, which is we are all part of the executive policy. General policy, suppose somebody, high-end people want to travel, so there is no specific policy set for them. They can do for any rate, any class. So that's about the general policy. We can also modify, say suppose we don't want it to be executed, then edit button will allow you to change it into something else. And then we looked at travel rules. This was quite a lot because how to maintain your travel itinerary, your flight, a flight class of service. For example, say your business class, going to take business class, it should be allowed, between some miles. So say if it is between 100 miles, then allow the business class. Otherwise, we can also set it for notify manager or require approval. So normal scenario, if somebody booked the flight and they select the class as business class or the first class, it goes to the approval purpose. But these are different scenario. That is why we have set it allowed. Then flex faring is the fare between start fare and end fare. If it is that scenario, we have option to either log for report, notify manager, passive approval, require approval, hide result, disabled, those options. So we would see what is the bucket rate. If bucket rate is higher than 350. See, we have a minimum amount is $350. So if it is more than 350 and between 600, then we may have we may require the approval. So in that scenario, we can set that as a require approval. The car as well, we have approval process. So greater than or equal to 50, that is a normal rate. So we can go with a passive approval, automatically get approved. Car vendors is not preferred. There are certain vendors we don't prefer, certain vendors we prefer, which we get added in the application. So in that scenario, we can say that show but don't allow to book. Car size exceeds company preferred size. Company preferred size is always integrate car. So if it is exceeds that, then we can just notify manager. We don't need an approval for that. It's up to every organization's request. Similarly, we talked about the hotel, ticket change, and tripling. Now we are going on to the configurable messaging. As I said, we have two policies. The first policy is executive policy. We are doing it for executive policy. For general, it is all common. So we don't need to modify any settings as of now. So in executive policy, this talks about to enable a message, select either display inline or display as a pop-up to change the value or override the text in the text box. We say suppose if you want to change in the text box, it's pointing that to add or update text, click the edit box to the right of the option. So say for my case, I can't modify these values by default. By default. So flight arrival country is disabled because you can arrive any couple of countries are not allowed, except that we can enter or we can arrive in any other countries. And then flight is between airports. Okay, so if say between two airports, it's not required because we take connection flights, we according to our trips, so we can disable this. Flight departure or arrivals, we don't need to specify which a city we are going to arrive or we are going to departure. So that is why this is disabled, because we use in an organization so many people traveling into multiple locations. So the scenario, if you disable, it's not going to work for everyone. Flight is booked less than dash days in advance. So okay, so we don't need to actually specify, say, I am going to book the flight 5 days in advance. So it will be by default for everyone. So we don't need to specify that. Flight is booked less than dash hours in advance. That is also disabled because we can book a flight maybe 24 hours in advance or less than that. It depends on the emergency of trip. And flights are international. In this case, it is disabled, but we can display inline. So flights are international, you can edit this. So if it is international, we can add messages, national trips or company visit or slash branch. Say suppose we are internationally traveling, mostly it will be like you are visiting your other branches of your organization or some other reason. So I just gave this as an example. Okay, so messages for air fare shop results. Search results contain one or more of these vendors. That is okay. When we were doing the travel, we got a search result from the same airline. Like I don't remember now which one was that. So same airline can show multiple result depending upon different Airbus. So this is we can disable. Hotel search criteria. Hotel is in a city that is of dash. We don't need to specify a specific city. So it can be disabled. Hotel is in a particular country. No, we can go to any country for selecting the hotel. So this doesn't make sense. So we are disabled that. Hotel in not in country or countries. So it's specifying a particular country or couple of countries. So that's also disabled because we have option to choose multiple countries. Our search criteria. Car picked up or dropped off in a country. So we say suppose we specify inline, then it will allow us to add the countries, but it doesn't make sense because we are not going to that. So let's say it is disabled. Car not picked up or dropped off in a particular country. So this should be allowed. This says it's not allowed. So we can do either it allows as a pop-up. So when you edit, you get a pop-up. Sorry, we haven't entered the country. So this is the pop-up which comes. I cancel this and I change it to disable. And then messages for cars. Earlier it was search criteria. Now it's the search result. Car search result contains a preferred vendor. So say suppose we are using herd and the search result only shows herd, doesn't make sense because in certain places the rate for hers will be higher than the other vendors like Airways or Enterprise car rental, and so dollar car rental and so on. So we don't need to specify that. That is why it is disabled. Search result contain one or more of these vendors. So you have to specify these vendors. So or else you don't need to specify because it has to allow everything so that when you book a car rental you can take a decision. Okay, this amount is okay for me, so then the vendor will be different, so we don't need to specify the vendor. Next is search results contain none of these vendors and car pickup or drop off in a particular country. So we are saying, okay, so and so vendors we don't need in the search result. Car pickup or drop off is in a particular country. So these two things doesn't make sense because we want all the vendors to be displayed so that we can take a decision wisely. And also car can be picked and dropped in a particular country is not possible because it could be an internal travel. So we might travel between the countries, between the states in the countries, not between the countries. So let's disable that as well. Any question here?
Can you repeat the last point?
Okay, last point, it says search result contain none of these vendors. Say suppose I am giving Hertz, Avis, etc. Then in the search result, those items won't be allowed. The second point is the car picked up or dropped off in a country. Say suppose car you can only pick up and drop off in say China. Then say suppose we are traveling in US, all the settings will change into China. You can only drop in China. So that is not right. We have to be allowed in other countries as well. So that's what this talks about. Any question? Shall I move on to the next section?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ben.
So this is the custom text. So you can modify, say, company notes. Instead, let me here travel expense. This information you see where when we go to the Concur, you see the company note here. So if you see this, they have provided the support, contact number, email ID, and some of the scenarios as well. Travel has commenced or on outbound portion of the ticket and couple of information. So say suppose you want to modify that, we go here, we pick the travel settings, custom text. Here you can edit. Here this is travel only configuration at the moment. This travel configuration only, sorry, all the travel configuration and this travel config and the following travel config. So this is a common text. So if you want to make any modification, this is a place it is allowing us to do it because we are set it for ZaranTech LLC. So we can also say overwrite all the text in other language. If you do this, you have to enter here. Say suppose we are using Korean. This is already in English, so some other Chinese, Meridian or any other language you can use. So that's about the first part. Second part, air search. In air search, there is nothing specific mentioned. So either we can say it as air search, airfare, fares, so that if you want to add anything, you can add actually here. Search options. Say suppose if you add that search options, this is showing in different languages like German, English, UK English, US English, Spanish, French Canadian, Italian, Japanese, Dutch, Portuguese, which is Brazilian, Swedish. Similarly, we can change airfares, air schedule, car search, car result. So we can say suppose add car search result. It will be so this is modified. There is a value, that is why it shows number 1. So likewise, whatever information or text you add, you can do it on the click of add button. Say suppose you are already added, then it will allow us to edit what you added. So that's what it is talking about. Car search, car result, hotel search, hotel result, company name for preference level, trip details, comments to agent warning. Say suppose you are giving any warning to the agent because agents are booking the tickets, so there may be situation they can book for a higher rate. So you can say that for this particular travel, I need flights between so and so rate. Itinerary text you can modify and manager label you can modify. So that is allowed in the travel custom text. This is the organization unit. So here,
Can you please go to custom text once again?
yeah,
So
sure.
these are all only default ones, right? How can we
Yes.
add one more custom text if our client requires?
That is here it is not allowed then
Yeah.
what you will have to do is you will have to contact the team who are setting the implementation for you, ask them for the additional custom text. So what text you want to add as an additional custom text?
Anything, for example, company notes is there. For example, if I'm going to something in travel, maybe other than this, you can see call sets is there. Other than this call sets, I want to show something else to the customer or client. So
Okay. So that is what this entire part is provided by the implementation team. So you have to get in touch with them for that particular field.
okay,
Okay.
so they will add.
Yeah. While implementing, they will be building this URL from the scratch, including everything according to our requirement. So say suppose if you want to add the custom text or you as you had seen the rules, you want to certain rules for me it is disabled. So you can actually ask for enabling that so that you can change the value like that.
So if we want to add one more rule, so we need to connect with the implementation team
Exactly.
and okay, get it done. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. As an admin, we can't do. Only we can
No,
modify these things.
actually for us also there is a limitation. Uh, Here there is an option to add actually custom rule. So you can add custom rule, but the categories are limited, like only applicable or available in the application. So say if you want to add any custom rule, you can mention that I can add it. Suppose flight view more fares. So say fares in cabin class, refundable fare in cabin class. So you can choose which one you want. Any like departure in the city. In that case, you have to specify the city as well. So I don't want to do that. Let's say the fare in cabin class. Cabin class, you can first class, cabin classes. Let's select, no, we don't go. Let's do business class is greater than or equal to, let's give that, the least cost logical airfare plus. So giving $600, no default. Okay. We try to save that. That get added as custom rule for us. I added the flight, yeah, this one. Flight view, more fares got added. So you can actually add the rules. Then I think you would be able to add the text as well. No, text is not possible. That's what I was aware of. So, but rules can be added. Is that clear?
Clear. Thank you.
Next is the organization unit. So, in order to enter this part, the organization unit, there is a warning. Please consult with your fulfillment travel agency to populate this field. Actually, it is not allowed us to populate. So for our demo purpose, we can give some organization unit and then subject profile template ID. These information we don't have, so we don't enter. Let travel fulfillment teams do that. Is that okay? Is that clear?
So who can be our travel agent? Do client will do that?
You see,
How do we know?
not the client will be doing. When you get this URL setup, you get your travel agent information. See, suppose in this case, we got this entire setup done for this training. However, we have got the agent phone number as well as the email ID. So if you contact these like as a call or an email, they will be notified and they would try to help you out in setting up organization.
So by default, Concur will provide all these things, right?
Yeah, correct.
What if we want to modify the travel agency as per our requirement? So we can add that here.
Yes, we can modify. You had seen custom text, right? In that edit.
No, not this one. Yeah, custom text we can modify as you already explained. I'm talking about agency, travel agency. Aunt is the agency, right?
Yeah, this has to be modified. So people try to call, you can give a different travel agency and the phone number, email ID, and the phone number. Is that clear? And then policy violation codes. Violation code, there are a lot of codes available. For example, violation description for air. These are mainly for air I'm going to go through. Decline lower fare due to the carrier preference. So that is that is a violation code YA, and decline lower fare due to airport. So say suppose we are going to a particular airport, say in Chicago, there are multiple airports, so you choose one. So in that scenario, your law of airfare got declined, and you need to add maybe more amount. So in that scenario, if it is declined, the lower airfare you will get, and or you or rather the agency might get the violation code by YD, missed advance purchase. Say suppose I am traveling next week and I had enough time this week to book the travel, but instead I'm going to book the ticket on Sunday evening. So that is a problem because we have to have a particular gap so that when you reserve, you can get the lowest rate. Otherwise, if you try to book the day before or evening, just before the evening, the flight rate may go high. So that is considered to be YD as a violation code. Decline lower airfare due to equipment type. So say suppose equipment type is a particular Airbus, then the lower rate is declined. So lower rate is not possible. So for us, when we travel, we make sure we are compliant with the policy and compliant with the organization's rules and regulations, so that every trip can be reimbursed by the organization. Say suppose you are booking a flight which is very high in rate, then it will be a problem. And so that is why these codes are available. So we are violating the code. So we get a violation code, and that reservation won't be happen. YL is the accepted lower possible fare. So these are accepted lower possible fare. It is allowed acceptable lowest possible fare. Then YL will be, likewise, if you look at hotel, uh, lowest available rate is selected. Say suppose you are selected a lowest available rate. This is the case of a car, but in a particular location, to book the car, you might need the amount more than the lowest rate. So that in that scenario, it violates the rule. So for other reasons, preferred hotel is sold out. So then the violation code is HS. So you have to look for another hotel. Did not book a hotel for this trip. Client booked the hotel. So in the itinerary side, this says you didn't book the trip. You didn't book the hotel in the trip, but the client booked. Then that is a violation code IC. So there are a couple of violation codes given. You can go through and read. Ticket exchange. This is a custom violation code. So you can actually add additional violation policy. So you need to mention the code. You need to provide the description and then the type general. It can be general, it can be itinerary, it can be hotel, it can be car or air. So based on that, the violation code. You can also import the violation. So say suppose your organization have these codes available, put it in an Excel or CSV file, you can add it into or import it into here. Then we go on to the company location.
Can you please go to policy violations once again?
Yeah, sure.
So these are all violation codes, right? How technically it's connected with the air and car and hotel? How I don't see any technical specification here. Theoretically, it's possible, but how it is interlinked with the air? For example, violation code YA is there, and its violation type is air, and how it is technically connected.
How it is technically connected? Um, um, whenever a reservation happens, these values will be, say, suppose, you know, when you try to book book the air, there would be an option of decline lower fare due to carrier preferences. If you select this, then it's going to be the violation. That happens when you do the reservation in the background.
So for example, you can say second one, decline lower fare due to airport, something like that. For example, I have selected our policy is $500. If it is more than $500, then definitely it will show, right? This kind of violation. I mean, where it is connected here? I mean, we didn't mention $500 here, right?
No, remember, we have specified in the travel rules.
Yeah, we mentioned here, but how it is connected to travel rules and travel violations?
That's how an application works, right? You enter values here, but this will be in the back end. And whenever any policy violation code happens, it will check for that particular air. You have selected a particular airport, and in our travel policy, it is less greater than 500. Then it picks from the database. So though you add all your policy violation code here, it will be added in the backend. And when any scenario occurs, it will pick from the policy violation code as well as the travel rules, compare that with or add the value into this, and then check whether it violates. So purely from the backend, it picks the value like any other application.
So some violation code is not working as expected, then if it is not showing in travel rules as well, then how can we troubleshoot that issue? Do we need to connect with implementation team? I mean, from the Concur, or
you will have to, because it is not as you said, it is not available in the violation code, right?
No, it is available. For example, YA is there, but it is not working as expected while booking a ticket.
Then you have to troubleshoot from your end. Just go and check what are the travel rules you set, whether it is working for that. If not, you can raise a ticket and ask them to check it for you.
So these violation codes are standard codes or custom codes? As of now, we can create our own violation rule, but it starts with Y and some starts with H and something like that.
Oh, that is something you are giving. Violation code could be anything you can give.
Okay.
But the type of the violation code is something you can add as a custom. Say suppose
only five types are there, right?
Yeah, exactly. For air, car, and itinerary is possible. Suppose you want to add any custom, as you see here, you will have to go here and add the violation policy with code, description, and the type. Okay. And company location. Normally we don't. Yeah. Please go ahead.
While we're discussing validation codes, right? In the validation codes, while booking any cars or flights, suppose if I more than some validity is happened, means at that time the code will be reflect.
Yeah.
Example. Okay.
The code may not be reflected for you, but it will be reflected for the admin for the Concur agency who is handling this reservation.
Okay.
And is that clear?
Yes. It's clear.
So now we go on to the company location. So here we have added company location, one location, but normally in a scenario we should have multiple locations. So we can add say suppose location is here. Don't need to add latitude, longitude, address. The address is 1 second. I'll just take an address. Give me a second. I'm just picking one address. Okay. So address is Westchester Pike, Newton Square. This is a SAP Americas address. I'm not giving the company name. And city, state is PH, Philadelphia. Mhm. So I can give postcode. Okay, I have already taken the postcode here. This is not PHL, that is flight reservation PA, if Pennsylvania, and then I enter postcode and save. We don't need to geocode this. So we have added one more location for our organization. So in your case, wherever you have your TCS organization, I mean TCS organization or branch, you can add that address here. Or you can do one thing, you can sample file is given. You can have an XML file. In that you can enter all your location and then upload that file. The data get uploaded. Import status. This gives you the status of the import in case you do an import. Then next is the form of payment. As of now, we have provided the travel configuration want to update. We have provided the organization name. Allow user to reserve hotel with a personal card. Allow user to charge air and rail to a person. Actually, you can enable that. Then it will be default. Default, everybody will have to use their own personal card. The organizational corporate card won't be used. So we don't allow that at here. Say suppose you want to add additional corporate card, it gives you the option to enter the corporate card. You have to give the credit card number, card type, and expiration. And if there is a name in the card, it will get added. And it can be allowed. It need not necessarily select all these options, but it can be used for air, hotel, rail, car as well. Is that clear? Let's go to the discounts and travel content. So for our organization, there are a couple of discount code. Air vendor can have a code. So we can add which vendor, what is the discount type and discount code. Is it a tripling discount code, valid until, and any preferences. Hotel, we have already added a discount code for Hilton, preferred hotels, and international hotel groups. This is added. So you don't need to add any other tripling discount or validity preferences. Similarly, for this is add a specific hotel discount. So we come here, preferred hotel. I always prefer Marriott. So select that. There are various Marriott chains. So I can use, but I don't need to use it's common. Let's keep it. And you can enter. This is a sample code, except all the fields required except note. Okay, Marriott downtown hotel. Let's get the Marriott. We can say Marriott International property ID. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the property. So for the entered code, there is no property available. Contract rate, say suppose $300. CD number, say 20. Try to see it. Okay, this hotel is not in Concur hotel database. It must be added hotel database before you can import it. Okay. So in Concur Hotel, we don't have Marriott International. So that is why it didn't allow us to add that one. But you have seen how to add, right? Similarly, hotel discounts. So this is the get user message. Standard travel content management consortium name. Sorry, consortium name. So these are the discounts you can enter. Car vendor, if you have any discount. Say suppose you would have, say, if you travel quite a lot, then you would get like, a platinum or gold membership. Along with that, you will get your own discount code. So you can actually add that code for the car. Rail vendor, say suppose we are traveling a distance which is less than say 100 in a normal Indian way, we can say that if it is less than 100 kilometers, we can add the vendor. It will be rail. In US, it is Amtrak. So if you add and you have a discount code, you can add the discount code as well. Now comes the trip field. What are
So
the
we know who
fields?
will provide these discount codes and
Okay.
based on which information, I mean, who will provide this, all the information, car details, air details, something like that.
So who is handling your Concur app, they would have the discount code. Say suppose you already have a code. For example, my scenario, I would say when I was working at SAP America, I used to travel like every week. So I used to have my own, hotel code and car rental. As I said, I was platinum. So for that, you get your discount code. So you can use that as a personal information, or we can check whether the organization has the discount code. So you can use that as well. Next is the custom trip field. So remember when we were creating the travel, in the end, it used to ask trip purpose, billable or non-billable as required. So when you add, if you see here, trip purpose, say this is required. If I disable this, it won't come as the trip purpose required. Billable or non-billable also required. So I can disable that as well. And I can add custom trip field. Say suppose one field we are going to add. So automatically this added. Click on this. You can change it here. Custom trip field, say course, and we can add department. It need not necessarily be entered. It can show at the start of the booking. That is what it is showing. So I added department as a custom field. These are the standard ones provided by the Concur, but you have the option to enable or disable that. But we don't have the option, say suppose, if you want to change it to required, not required. Okay, I just remove this and save. Then in the trip, it won't allow us to be mandatory. You don't need to provide the trip purpose. And it automatically got enabled because I modified this one. Billable or non-billable should be there because then only the travel expense team will know whether this is applicable to the company or to the person. Is that clear? Any question? I hope you don't have any question. I'll move on to the next topic, custom profile field. So this is when everyone has an option to create our own profile. So in the profile, if you want to add additional custom field, you can actually have. So there, this can be changed. Custom field, profile field. So what we can add, org unit. We can ask for org unit. It is not mandatory. But department and location, in this case, in our profile, it is mandatory. So that's mandatory. And in the home, air code. When you search, we can enter like, I just go back here. I normally do. I enter the 3 code and uh, say suppose NYC. I want to go from Philadelphia to New York. So these are the codes you are entering, but automatically the airport get filled. So that is what it was showing in the settings. Sorry, here we'll go travel settings, and we're in the profile field. So just added the organization. So if you want to see whether this is added, what we could do is when you book or we can go to the 1 second. This is only available, not here. So this is only available like when you go and do a reservation. I should have done the reservation. Okay, fine. Let's see here. Oh, it might not get reflected because this is an old one. I was trying to show you where the org unit comes, but it is not showing that. But when we go to our profile, we can actually see the org unit. I'll go back to the, it's not here. Let's go back to the travel settings, form of payment, custom field, where we were on the custom profile field. So is that clear? In your custom profile field, if you want to have more field, you can actually go ahead and update the custom field 4, 5. So as I will use the same one or unit I gave, and I am not giving as required. So if I click this required, when you do your travel, it will come as mandatory in your profile. So you might have to update your profile to add the organization unit. So I'm not doing that for now. So I'm just saving it. Then unused tickets. Say suppose we have unused ticket. So that means we created couple of the travel and we think we are not going to, book it completely. In that time, it gets reflected here. So you can select that and delete it. Also, you can import the same thing. You can choose the file and you can import it onto the screen. Here comes the site customization. Say suppose you want to upload a company logo. This is not allowed because that's why, yeah, it is allowed. It says you can add a logo. So for example, says ZaranTech has a logo, then we can actually copy paste a logo. So this logo we can download and we can actually upload. That's what it is talking about. Is and configuration settings there. So here, allow user to request refundable fares. That is allowed. Policy by leg, which means let's mouse over. Flex faring only. Policy by leg will treat each leg individually in regards to policy and defining the LLF. This means there can be multiple violations per trip. We don't need that. Default to mixed classes for class of service. We don't need that. Do not allow booking hotels that require a deposit. Yeah. So normally when we travel, we just book the hotel. We don't put any deposit. So should not allow. If allow, approvals are required in case manage users. So you had seen how to add the users, right? We can use administrator user option to add the users. So here it gives us to manage the user. So file name, description, general user general information, credit card information, system settings. And here you can upload your data. So that also possible. Like you can add multiple users that I showed in earlier settings. Say now you come here. I want to edit my user. So my email ID, my code, location, everything is there. So I have admin permission. So I just added that. Likewise, you can go to your settings. If you think if we are missing something, you can actually add that. There was some error. Profile access. So what are your profile? I already have access. Why is this asking for authentication? 1 second, I'm just taking it from my phone. Okay, 550894. So we use my Microsoft Authenticator to get the authentication code. So this just took us to the main page. So is this clear? User account. This will be taken in the next chapter. So here I added all of your users with default password. And then you were able to actually use that password and authentication, two-way authentication, login. So here, what is possible? Just enter the first name, middle name, last name, email ID. Suppose you are using email ID as user, you can select this. So by default, it will be taken. Password for the first time, I had to enter the password. Then it get disabled. Then employee ID is important. So you have to provide employee ID, country, and those informations are automatically entered. The main thing you need to be careful is in expense, you have option to travel and expense administrator. I am a travel and expense administrator. Say suppose it's in the travel part. For me, my policy is general policy. So I think I have selected mine. Oh no, sorry, this is Himanshu's. So Himanshu's policy should be not general executive. So we selected executive policy. In that case, you have to enter your department, location, and air code. So let me not change that. I have this will be going now. I try to say okay to save anyway. So this is the place. So you have to understand the difference between the expense settings and travel settings. So expense settings has got all the users to be added and many more like payment type, mileage, expense type for expenses, accounting, policies. So this is where we do the workflow policy. I didn't have the option, but now I have. So I would be able to show in the next class. So we'll go back. Let's finish this off. Agency setting. So here, agency settings is nothing but say when we travel, we would need TSA, Transport Security Administration option, so that we can easily pass through the security check. So what it shows is show and require on profile, prompt if missing, and automatically save. So when we set this up, our profile, I haven't shown the profile. I just showed the user getting added. In the profile, we have seen earlier actually. It allows us to actually show and require on the profile. So it will prompt for that and always TSA required. Otherwise, in the airport, we get stuck. And if we miss a flight, it would be a problem. And this is enabled for, see, it says please consult with fulfillment travel agency to populate this field. So we are not really, allowed to do that. So for example, somebody was asking about setting this up, the entire Concur site. So whenever you say suppose you only need the travel part, then also we need to go and discuss with the implementation team, and then they would help us to set all these things. So they are the ones considered to be the fulfillment travel agency. So I can't change this. So whatever we have seen so far, and we saw a couple of rules and policies are all together considered as the travel setting. Is that clear? So whenever we try to book it, air or car or hotel, all these policies will be utilized in the background. Is that clear? So we can't use that. So I would say I'm done. And then this is the travel part. So we weren't able to, we did the exercise, but so whoever is finished, we can take a look and then we can go for, if it is, did you show the second exercise? Like going into the trip and changing the trip?
But what we said is we can't change that, right? As we don't have an option to change.
But
Only one thing you can do is we can cancel the trip, but
actually, once again, if you go inside,
yeah, we can book car and hotel there if we only book.
So for me, as I said, I can only cancel all the trips. But when I was looking at Manikandan's screen, it was showing cancel or a change. So if you guys check your itinerary, maybe you can see it is allowed to change.
For me, it's allowing to change and change it.
Okay, fine. Then Shubham, can you show that to everyone?
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Yeah, please.
These are the trips which I booked yesterday and change it. For flight, let me change it again.
There is no signal. Okay.
Again, it's not showing the flight booking. Yesterday it was not showing.
Okay.
Let's change this. Here I have the option to change it.
To change. Okay.
I can change the date. This one, like the dates have been changed.
Okay. So that's what we had the exercise. Okay. So now what I'll do, I won't share my screen, but I would have to go through the questionnaire. That is the assessment.
Yeah,
Let me.
so is it possible that it is only allowing to update or modify the dates and time for cars, but it is not allowing to change anything for the air trip? Because practically there is only one way to cancel and then rebook again.
Correct. Right.
Okay, so what is in the case of hotels? Is it allowing to change, or we have only option of cancellation in the hotels also?
No, you can change the hotel date and time. Okay. I can't show because I'm not getting that option. Otherwise, I would have shown that.
I'll check it myself.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now let's get into the questionnaire. So tell me, everyone, be proactive and answer the.
Actually, if I'm changing flight means the location will not be changing. Only dates will be changing.
Yeah, you had seen the car, right?
Yeah.
Also, the date and time is allowed to change. So the same goes with the hotel as well.
Okay, if I need to suppose, actually I have kept Hyderabad to Delhi. Now I need to change Hyderabad to Noida. Sorry, Hyderabad to Kolkata or any other place means I need to cancel this one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Any other question? Please go ahead.
I booked the flight ticket, but it's not showing for me. Only that car and hotel was showing.
So which day did you choose? If it's a previous date, then it won't be.
Okay, I think that's yesterday date.
Yeah. So you should book it like maybe next week or after that.
Okay, then only it shows.
Yeah, then only the next date will show.
Okay.
When you book the flight, it will show there on your trip. But
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Any other questions?
So these travel things automatically turns into expense reports, right? Is it?
That is, we have to create an expense report. That's a different chapter we will go through. How to create an expense report and add these things.
Yeah, that's a different part. But we have already booked some flights and cars and hotels, right? Till now. So after that, once the trip is done, is it automatically converted into expense report or not?
It won't automatically convert. We have to create a report.
We need to transfer all the details again.
Because say suppose you are traveling this week and your expense can be done. Say I can give an example. I'm traveling on Monday morning. I will be returning back on Thursday evening, and on Fridays normally the time given to the employees who are visiting the customer will get the time to expense their travel. So you will have your air ticket, you will have your car receipt, you will have your hotel. All these things they will be provide you. Earlier it used to be in papers, and then what you have to do is you have to scan it as a digital receipt and then upload it according to the row. Like if it is airfare, then you have to add it for the airline part. Similarly for each one of them, like for the car or for, say, suppose you are driving. Say if I'm going from Philadelphia to New York, I don't need to actually take a flight. I can either take an Amtrak, which is a train, or I can drive myself. So if you drive, then you can claim your mileage, how much mileage required. So they will reimburse the mileage amount. So for that, what I'm saying is you have to complete your trip. Is that clear?
So now we are not using cost centers and company codes here, right?
Yeah.
How
Now
can
we are
we
not.
allocate these amounts and these specific flight to specific cost center? Is this configuration is going
Yeah, it's
to?
a configuration thing. We'll see in the expense. I will show you in next or after, probably or day after session.
Okay.
Okay, let's get into the assessment. What is the primary purpose of SAP Concur in context of travel management? So options are managing office supplies, creating and submitting the travel request, ordering cafeteria food, monitoring employee attendance. So from which these four options, what is the primary purpose of SAP Concur? Help us creating and submitting the travel request, correct?
PDF account.
Guys are talking in the background. Okay, shall I go with the second question? In SAP Concur, which module is specifically designed for booking travel arrangements such as flight and hotel? Is it expense management, invoice management, travel management, and payment processing? Which one is used for
It's travel management, I think.
which one?
Travel management, I think.
Yes, because reservation of any kind of, air, car or hotel will go as travel booking. So travel management is the option. Which aspect of travel management does SAP Concur help with in terms of policy compliance? Tracking of office attendance, ensuring employee dress code, adhering to travel expense policies, monitoring office temperature. So what
Adhering
aspect
to,
travel expense
yeah.
policies? Yes. So what is the one of the key benefits of using SAP Concur for managing travel itineraries and changes? Sending birthday greetings to employees, option 1. Option 2, streamlining the process of itinerary changes. Option 3, keeping track of employee hobbies. Option D, ordering office stationery. Which one do you think the key benefit of using SAP Concur for managing travel itineraries and changes? Do you want me to read again the options?
Yeah, I think.
Sending birthday greetings to
No.
employees. Streamlining the process of itinerary changes.
Yes. This option.
Correct. Okay, so the next question is, how does SAP Concur integrate travel data with other systems like SAP? Option A, by sending handwritten letters. Option B, through complex telepathy. Option C, via seamless data integration and APIs. Option D, by using carrier pigeons.
Option C.
Yes, via seamless data integration and APIs. In SAP Concur, so I'm gonna continue. Okay, 1 second. Okay, question number 5. How does SAP Concur, that we already discussed? 7th question. Which module of SAP Concur helps in the approval workflows related to travel request? Is it employee training, travel management, office decoration, payroll processing? Yes.
Travel management.
Exactly, travel management. So we will, I think initially I was trying to show you, like I said, I didn't have the authorization, then I got it for session on the travel management side. What is the primary focus of SAP Concur when it comes to travel management? Arranging, the option 1, arranging team building event, managing office supplies inventory, streamlining and automating travel related process, conducting annual employee surveys.
C.
So yeah,
Streamlining.
streamlining, very good. There is one more. How can SAP Concur help organizations in managing travel expenses effectively? A, by offering discounts on office furniture, by providing discounted cafeteria meals, by automating expense reporting and approvals, by organizing employee picnics. So how can
C.
it be
By
Option
automating.
C.
correct? By automating expense reporting and approvals.
Yeah.
So last question on this particular assessment. What role does SAP Concur play in the integration of travel data with other enterprise systems? It communicates using Morse code. It uses smoke signal for communication. It integrates seamlessly through APIs and connectors. It relies on carrier pigeon for data transfer. So what role does SAP Concur play in the integration of travel data with other enterprise systems? Correct.
I
It's
think
C.
it would be, yeah, API one.
It integrates seamlessly through APIs and connectors because it talks about the integration between the Concur to an enterprise system or payroll system or a bank. So that assignment is done. We have one more. Let me go to the course. Okay. Tell me what travel management capabilities does SAP Concur provide? So it actually SAP Concur provides an end-to-end travel booking and management solution. So what are the capabilities? You can think, we have seen travel, we have seen expense, a mobile application, email notifications. So yeah, workflow is internally we use, right? So that is called the policy controls and approvals. So I can read through the point. So SAP Concur key capabilities are online booking for flight, hotel, train, ride share, etc. Travel policy controls and approvals. That is where the workflow comes. Travel profiles and travel preferences. Integrated travel itineraries and reservations. Email notifications and travel alerts. Mobile app for travelers. Reporting and data for travel spend oversight. So how much we spend, we can see on the reporting side. It's very, very simple. If I share the Concur app, oh, I have to stay signed in. SAP Concur, yes. So you see here, right? This is the SAP Concur common page. No, it is not loaded yet. So first, what we do is we try to reserve the booking. And then when we do this, we get itineraries, which will be when you book the reservation. Say suppose if it is beyond the policies, the amount is beyond the policy settings, then it will send an email or approval process to the manager. So those are the features. And then once we have the itineraries, it allows us to, do the expense part. So you have to enter all the, receipts and tickets. It will allow us to expense it. Then it will be like allow, there is an open report. So what will happen every trip, once you are done, it comes into the reporting part because it has to be the application will give you an oversight of your spend. So you can see that, okay, last month I had 5 trips and I spent so much of money. So next month, if I don't have that many trips, or if I don't want to make 5 trips, I can say suppose 2 trips are onto the same place. Then if I stay over the weekend, I can avoid lot of return ticket and then booking the entire reservation for that particular week. Those can be avoided. So for that is why it says spend oversight. Is that clear? Okay, guys, I will go to the next question. How does SAP Concur improve compliance for travel booking? SAP Concur applies travel policy at the point of booking to ensure compliance. As we know, we have seen lot of settings, policy settings, right? So while booking, it picks the configuration or rather the compliant settings and then making sure everything is within the compliance provided by the organization. So configurable policy rules enforce compliant vendor usage, spend limit, approval, and more. Yeah. So in the configuration, you already seen how we set the limit, the spend limit, the vendor usage, the approvals, and more. The data captured for every booking for a better visibility. So this information, see, once you book your trip or travel, this information will be available. It gives for better visibility. How does travel data from SAP Concur integrate with other systems? That is APIs and pre-built integration to send travel data to financial, HR, and any other or other enterprise systems. So once you integrate with these systems, it will pass the data. This allows for automated spend reporting, reconciling with the credit card, importing traveler profile, and more. What options are available for booking the travel? Okay, you can tell that no what options you had seen while booking the travel. Guys, please answer. Okay, travel can book directly on SAP Concur's web booking tool, mobile app, or use Concur Travel Agent assisted booking. Over 250 travel suppliers are integrated, including major airlines, hotels, car rental, rail, ride share, and more. Offline booking can also be captured. So it talks about normal booking, mobile booking, agent booking, and we have over 250 travel suppliers integrated, including the airlines, hotels, car rentals, rail, and ride share, and more. And also offline can also be captured. How does SAP Concur enable travel satisfaction and duty of care? Team, please try to respond for the questions.
SAP Concur is providing an easy way of booking of traveling the tickets, and it is
Okay, I'll tell you that. Travelers get consumer-like booking experience and mobile app. Travel manager have oversight with integrated travel data, real-time alert, and dashboard. Dashboard, that is a front screen. Real-time alert, when you depends upon the policy, it sends out the email. And then travel manager can also see the travel data. SAP Concur Locate, there's an option for SAP Concur Locate, provides travelers tracking and emergency services. Say, suppose if somebody got stuck in an airport, their connection flight is delayed. In that scenario, they won't be able to get the connection flight. That point in time, we have to call the Concur agent to get that booking changed. So those services like emergency services are possible. Travel policies and approvals ensure proper duty of care. So we have the policies and approvals that will ensure the duty of care. How does SAP Concur capture out of the policy booking? Even if a traveler books outside of Concur, the transaction can be imported via credit card feeds, APIs, or manually. The rule determines if it was out of the policy and it routes for approval or rejection. So out of the policy, we actually use, say, suppose I'm booking a reservation using my personal card. So, or I am booking a reservation, I am doing an airline reservation, which is of business class. Then it goes for approval. So manager can approve it or can reject it. That's called the out of the policy booking. There are a lot of policies. I was just given a couple of them. How does SAP manage unused ticket or exchange? Fully integrated ticketing data allows SAP Concur to automatically track the status change and cancellations. Alternate flights and exchange can be handled within the system based on the policies, refund, and can also be processed. See, we can actually track the status change and cancellation. We have an alternate flight option So exchange can be handled within the system based on the policies. A refund can also be processed. Say suppose we are canceling it, so the refund we will be getting. Or say suppose there is a change in the reservation and the amount is less than what we booked earlier, can also be refunded. What type of reporting are available for travel data? So here, SAP Concur provide built-in reports for spend trends, policy compliance, top destinations, travelers, suppliers. Custom reports are also possible. Excel reports are possible, and analytics integrate data across the travel expense and invoice. Basically, we have travel expense and invoice. So using that data, we could get a lot of reports which are built in. And also we can have custom reports as well. Is that clear? How can travel policies be customized in Concur? Concur offer flexible policy configuration options like custom approval flow, preferred suppliers, volume discount, risk rules, budget alerts, and more. The rules can be set globally by group or individual. So we saw travel settings policies which we had gone through and we had modified some of them. So it is possible to do that. So custom workflow, approval flow, we will see on the travel side. Then we can set preferred suppliers, volume discounts, risk rules, budget alerts, and more. So budget alerts and all we have seen in the travel setting. So the last question: how does SAP Concur support travel safely? Oh, sorry, traveler safety. How does Concur support traveler safety?
Real-time SMSs and emails will be triggered.
Okay.
So
So SAP Concur Locate, which is an option, provides a real-time traveler tracking worldwide. Alerts can be triggered for high-risk event. Travelers can get emergency assistance via phone or SMS messaging. Security reports can be generated. Security reports can be generated. So SAP Concur Locate is for worldwide real-time travel tracking. As you said, alert can be triggered for high risk events. For example, if you are booking for a higher rate or a higher class, lot of other things are also available. So those will be considered. Travelers can get emergency assistance via phone or SMS messaging. Yeah, we have a Concur travel agency. So you can call them, you can message them, they will respond to you on a priority basis. Security reports can be generated. So that's how the travel management is all about. So we have seen what is travel management, what are the settings. We had done 2 exercises and we gone through 2 assessments as well. So is that clear? If you have any questions regarding the travel, please ask. I can help you out.
where can we enable these alerts? You just said about traveler safety, how it Concur supports, right? Alerts can be triggered in high-risk events, you said.
Yeah, that is when, okay, you had seen the policies, right? So
Yes.
based on the policy, if anything goes out of policy, it automatically triggers event, like triggers email to the manager that we have set up. No, like I can show 1 second. Let me share the screen. Okay, so when we come here, when we go to home, travel settings, in here, in travel rules, we are setting all the rules here. So if it's an international flight, we set this will go to the manager and it will require approval. For example, I can show that if you want. Okay.
I understand. You have explained this part very well, but my
Okay.
question is not this. For example, flight was cancelled due to climate change or weather change. So alert will be triggered, right? Definitely we will get an email, but can we get an alert in Concur app or website? Your flight is cancelled due to this and this, and maybe you need to rebook. That kind of alerts I am expecting.
Okay, so what will happen is you will get email regarding that. if the flight is cancelled. So for example, I can show my email, but we did a lot of reservation and I was the manager. So I have got lot many cancellations, lot many approvals on my email. So likewise, this email will go to the travel agency as well as the employee that your upcoming travel reservation is cancelled. Is that clear?
Yes, Bina. I mean, where can we configure this? I mean, maybe, yeah.
Actually, the configuration is this. And from here, automatically the Concur application sends out the email that we can't configure.
So
It is
what you are
done.
saying is alerts we can't configure.
Yeah, alerts are sent by the application.
Okay, got it. That's it. Thank you.
So that's pretty much about the travel part. And any question on travel part? Okay. So we could go on to the expense part. So we are going into the expense management. I hope you are good with travel management. If you have any question or any problem, let me know. So we will clear that and move forward with the next section.
Tax part comes under, I mean, I know it comes under expense part, but can we enable taxes in the travel part as well?
Actually, tax is coming under another chapter. As I know,
Yeah.
you want to know the taxation as well as the integration. I will cover it within the training. Okay. So we go. Can you see my screen, right? Expense management. So here, what we will see is how to create an expense report. Travel allowance per diem. So when we travel, we get the per diem. Sorry. And how we deduct the per diem. Single day travel allowance, that is also per diem. And add expenses, which is out of pocket. Add expenses, purchasing card transaction, business meals, business meal add attendance, lodging expenses, itemize expenses, and allocate expenses. I'm not sure we would be able to cover everything, but we will see where we can go. So every expense, every travel has to be expensed or reimbursed. So in order to do that, we have to go through the expense part. So expense part, mainly what we do is we create a new expense report. So when you create a new expense report, either or two scenarios. One, on the SAP Concur page, on the quick task bar, this is the quick task bar. Place your mouse pointer and click on OK. This is the second part is the quick task bar where you can create a report. On the expense home page, click manage expense where there also you can create the report. So that is what this talks about. So basically, when you go to expense, you get the reports. For example, I will go here. I will go to expense. Here I get an option. So I do have two expense report. So I would get the option to create another one. Here you can give the report names. For example, say claim slash Costco visit. So this is I'm just saying I had a visit to the customer called Costco. So I am going to claim that. So report I'm going to prepare business purposes. I can say roadmap. And department you don't need to select, but normally pre-sales and sales will travel to the customer side. And then I create the report. So this is how we create the report, and that's what it was talking about. And then I just go back to the material. I created the report. The next is complete all required field on the report header, red asterisk, and optional field as you need. So, and you must enter the business purpose in addition. So I showed you, right? When I was creating the trip, I don't have an option to edit. Manage the report. Okay. When I was adding the expense report, it asked me to actually add some fields. So I added, for example, say claim Costco visit. That was the trip purpose. And this is the date 5/29/2024 is the date we are going to claim the trip, and we need to actually add the expenses. So travel, so we need to add the airfare, ticket like car, and the hotel. And moreover, we also need to add other expenses because we are visiting the customer for the whole day. So per diem, do you know what is per diem? You must be using per diems, right? Okay, per diem is nothing but on a day you have your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So for that, every organization will have a particular amount set for that. For example, say for SAP in US it is $90. So if you have a food, which is say suppose in the night, if we are going from the customer side, there will be multiple people sharing their cart to have food. So that means their each person's cost will be more than what is possible for the dinner. So those scenario, only $90 get reimbursed, the rest they don't get it. So that is what we add on the per diem side. Okay, so we go on to the next. In the end, what we will have to do is once we add all the expenses, we have to scroll down to the bottom of the screen to choose yes or no for claim travel allowance, which is per diem. Then this is how it talks about creating an expense report. Click on the create report. You choose no, I do not want to claim the travel allowance, or click next if you choose yes, I want to claim the travel allowance. So normally why we create report, we want to claim the travel allowance. So we say yes, and I want to claim the travel allowance. Now at this point you will do the following to complete the report. Create a travel itinerary. If you choose to claim your, okay, so we have a travel itineraries, right? Because we already created travel. So we need to create a travel itinerary, add out of pocket expense to your expense report, add purchasing car transaction to your expense report. So let's go into that. So travel allowance will be like this on the screen. And per diem, I explain on the daily allowance we get. We receive that will be received on the first and the last day of the travel. You don't get it until you expense your claim. You will have to pay from your pocket, or you would get an card, which is like normally in SAP organizations they provide Amex card. So that we use to claim everything. You will need to create a travel itinerary if you select yes to claim travel allowance on the header page. This is about the per diem. So guys, I showed you how to create an expense report, right? Can you try it out how to do it? Let's do an exercise. So first what you should do is go to the dashboard, or if you are in the dashboard, come to the home, and we have two options, applications and administration. Administration is for administration purpose, and we have travel and expense. So probably before we creating the expense, let me talk about the expense settings. In the expense settings, we have option to access to Concur, that is the user accounts. So here I showed this before, where I added all of your users. That is why you are able to log in with your email ID and password and the two-way authentication. So that part is done. And then we go to the expense settings. Here, when you come, here we have an option to capture the spend. In order to capture the spend, you can add custom field. The department is a custom field. And here you can manage list items. Say department you want to add development, pre-sale, and sales.
I have one doubt. Can you show me once you have added right for an active report?
For that you have to go to expense settings.
Yeah.
Choose the user account option, edit. Here you get an add user option. You can do it in two different ways. You can add manually, or you can add from spreadsheet. So your spreadsheet should be looking like last name, first name, email, manager, status. So manager, if you don't add, it's okay. Status also always be active, so you don't need to provide. These three things required. And then when we go inside, so you want me to show you, so add, so I just use name, last name, test. This is, I'm doing some dummy email ID, and password I have to provide. That is mandatory for the first time.
Okay.
So I'm just entering password at the rate 123, the rate 123. So these two are the password entered and re-entered are the same, so it is okay. Here I have to provide email ID, employee ID, and then when you come here, you have to choose the reimbursement method. So your reimbursement method is company check or other reimbursement. Let's do the company check. So company will take care of that. You can submit the expense report or you can approve expense. This is a manager part, so we don't need to select. This is the travel and expense administrator. So normally an employee would not get this option, but I have provided all of you this option because you can just go through or change the settings and see what it is. So yeah, we are good with that part. And in travel, our policy is executive policy. So executive policy, then I would have to provide so PHL department pre-sales location. So I gave the airport code. So this is my team and my location. I have to provide as an executive, and then I save to this get saved. So the problem is email ID. I can use my email ID. Okay, I don't enter.
And we need particular company code also, right? Which company the user is working, cost center.
That at this point we don't need to enter. There is an error. Okay. I can remove that and working because I added everybody, but this case my email ID is used already. Could be the problem because it's not giving me any answer. Probably I could use some other email ID so that it will allow me to add. Okay, maybe you're all logged in, isn't it? Say suppose if I
Yes.
want email user to be deleted and then added again, that will work. So I just added what I showed you the same way. I gave the name, last name, email ID, then username for sign in, and email ID, the same as what we provided, and the rest is nothing. I just enabled the travel and expense administration. I didn't change actually for travel, so it is general, policy been applied. But for every employees, it should not be general. It should be executive. Then only the policies we set in executive will be applied, and then come here and save. So it got saved. Okay, is that clear? This is
Yeah,
what
okay.
this is what you were asking, right?
Yes. Clear.
Okay.
I have a doubt here.
Yeah.
So we are creating profiles manually here, right? We can
We are
we
creating.
can upload it 305 template via import extract monitor, right?
Yes.
For example, what is the difference? I mean, does it affect if I create manually? Is it okay to create manually or only I have to upload via 305 template only? What's
See,
the
suppose if this tool is used by an organization for the first time. So in an organization, we can expect more than 1,000 employees or even more than 100 employees or 50 employees. It will be very difficult to sit and create each one of the users. So in that scenario, create a spreadsheet, upload it once, it automatically get added into your travel settings. So that is where
so anything is fine, right?
anything is fine. Anything is fine. So if you
It
don't
won't
have,
affect anything.
it won't affect anything.
Like audit rules.
No,
While
audit
auditing.
rules won't affect anything. Okay. So Can you guys do a small exercise like how I created a new report, not adding anything into it, but just a test report?
I hope you can see my screen, right? Can you confirm, please?
Yeah, now I can see.
Yeah, this is the report I tried to create. Brazil business trip
Okay.
like this. Yeah.
Brazil business trip. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So the rest we will do.
Can I ask you one question here?
Oh, yeah, sure.
If I am going to create one more report here. So my client asked me to create one more field here. How can I do that?
You want to add a new field to the report?
Yes, here in a header level.
Let's in the expense report we can check whether it's possible.
So I mean, just whether it is possible.
No, expense setting. Sorry. Yeah, that
we can do.
You have to look at the expense setting.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Okay. You guys added out of pocket fuel. Okay. We can add expense later. So just create the report, simple report.
This is the report only. On report, I have added
correct.
this.
Correct. So this is good. So I can, good. So shall I move on with other person?
And I have done everything, but I have hotels to the hotel while I'm saving this.
I didn't ask to add expenses. I just asked you to create a report.
Yes, I have created report.
Yeah, this looks good. Yeah, this looks good. Okay. You created your report.
Yeah, I didn't add any
Fine.
expense.
Don't add. I will show you how to add. Then we can add expense.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, fine. So everybody knows how to create the report. So next step will be how to add the expenses. I'll show you that. I'll present my screen. So I will go to one report. I'll go back. I'll go the trip I created for this case. Now, what you should do, add expenses. So first, you need to add airfare. When you do this, actually, we would need the receipt or the air ticket. So here you can provide the date, transaction date. Let's say search for the vendor. This is the case we are just adding, or else I will go back again to the expense. This also I haven't added the airfare, so that's okay. Okay, what we'll do again, add airfare, and then right now I don't have a flight, ticket. So if I have a ticket, I can show it uploading that. And vendor United. Let me type United Airlines. This is not out of pocket, company paid. So amount this much. I need to add the ticket number. It's not mandatory. So business purpose we can add. Try to add all the mandatory fields. Save the expense. So you see that I have an airfare expense added. Company has to pay this. Breakfast. Okay, I just added breakfast. I can add car rental. In this case, it is added. So I will go back and I will pick this one. You can go add car rental. You have to add the receipt, otherwise it won't get reimbursed. Transaction details I'm adding, so it sorry. Select the vendor. I will select. This is not out of the pocket. Company paid amount $780. Assume your receipt will be as you must be adding the amount from the receipt. So the amount in the receipt and amount you entered should be the same. Otherwise, it won't get claimed. So I added a car. This is you have option to upload a receipt. So suppose actually I have all those documents, but I haven't got it. So you can upload any of the receipt and close it. There is an alert. It says the expenses above reasonable amount set by the company. You may want to provide a comment. Okay. So this when you expense it, it goes to the manager. So you can add a comment why this is 780 above the policy amount. So likewise, we can add all the other expenses. Hotel, you have to enter hotel amount as well as the tax separately, because hotel amount, if you add together, it won't get claimed. You need to split it and add the tax as well as add the fare. Okay. For example, in this case, I have airfare. This is company paid. Breakfast out of the pocket. No, actually, this has to be edited. And for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you don't need to submit and submit the receipt if it is less than or equal to the given amount. But if it is $25, then you don't need to provide. Say your breakfast costs $40, then it is above your policy. So you have to add your receipt. Is that okay? So I came here to change out of pocket company paid, save expense. So once all the expenses are done, what we should do is we should submit the report. So it says each one has error, must resolve. First one, yeah, we haven't uploaded any receipts here. So let me check my old receipts. I will get that. Then I can share it with you. So we would be able to complete the expense. Is this clear? Or you can do one thing, you can add dummy receipts as well. It's not a problem. So here, manage receipts. So what all options possible? Report detail. In the report header, report total, timeline, audit rate, allocation summary, report payment. So these are options available in the report detail. And if you want to print or share, you can do that. Manage receipt. This is attachment. You can add the attachment to the report and missing recipient declaration. If it is receipt declaration, sorry, so that has to be added. Then it will allow us to submit the report. And you can go here and look for all available receipts, as well as on top, you can delete this report or copy this report. Say suppose, every week you are traveling, then you can copy your report. So every day this breakfast, lunch, dinner get copied, and you just need to change only the airfare and the car rental, and you can submit that by after uploading the receipt.
For this expense report, we need to approve for manager, right? We have names and we add any one of the manager, like add roles, manager roles.
You are talking about add expense.
Yes, now I have submitted report and everything. If I click the submit means I uploaded all the attachments and everything. It will go approval, right? Higher approval
Yeah, it depends upon your policy.
Policy. Where I want to add, I want to see my manager approval. Suppose if I need to
That
approve expenses
automatically
also.
happens in the background. You won't be able
Okay.
to see that because that's a workflow, right? So
Yes, sir.
yeah. So I want to make sure you do this, but I can show that. I will go through all these things. This is the expense approval policy,
Okay.
approval workflow. So when you go here, there are two possibilities. One is direct. So what happens is employee submit, the processor review, and the processor will be say approves it or not. If it is not approved, then send back to employee. So
Okay.
employee will have to change that. Other scenario with manager is this. Employee will submit, employee's manager review. If manager approves, processor review. If the processor doesn't approve, again it go back to the employee. Say suppose if manager is not approved, then also it will be sent back to the employee. So we make sure whatever reservation we are doing, which will be aligned with the company policies and regulations. You can have like
Sure.
say suppose if it is 350, certain times you will get the hotel 350 of let's say rental. for car rental will be 50. 350 for air. Then say suppose you only have air starting from 400. There is no other way we should choose, right? So in that scenario, that you can say that that is the least amount, least fare available before we send the email to the manager. So you get a pop-up there is an option to provide the reason. So you can give the reason as that. Approval
Okay.
routing is only this much.
Yeah.
Users, I showed you. Custom field, let's move on to the custom field. Custom field is for the spend part. So we added a custom field as department, add custom field name. You can add it from here. It is already provided. So you can say business unit. It has to be added as a list. So you choose list and continue. Business unit is done. So as a custom field, business unit is added. This is mainly for the reporting purpose. This is not for the expense purpose. And then when I go back to the expense settings, that is why capturing spend is nothing but your reporting. Then payment type. So the payment type, there are two types I added here. This is the credit card program. So Bank of America's MasterCard I added, which is a corporate card. So whatever expense you are doing, you use the a corporate card, it will get paid. But for your lunch, dinner, and breakfast, you should add out of pocket because that money will come to you on every day per diem has to be paid as out of pocket. Say suppose if it is more than $50, then you can use your card because anyway it get expensed to the card and you don't get paid into your hand. So out of pocket is possible. Pending card transaction is not there. Company paid, yes, it is at the moment deactivate. So we don't need to deactivate. It is activated. So if you click on deactivate, it goes on deactivating it. This is how we add credit card program. I can show you that. You have to choose the corporate card. Okay. I have a corporate card. Yes. And which country? I am just using US because that's easy for me. Then I need to have, okay, I'm just taking a sample card number. Okay. So I'm choosing American Express, who is issued the card Bank of America. Okay, this is the corporate card. And then this is company card. Company will pay for you. And how do you want to pay for this card is the company check. And then this option, we don't have an area to enter the credit card number. This is for accounting purpose. Payment batch schedule on demand, daily, weekly. So say suppose how do you do the payment as a batch schedule automatically every week, your payment will be processed on this particular card, or you can go with every other week or monthly. We can do, say suppose if you are a frequent traveler, then you can choose weekly. So you start on Monday. Sometimes we start on Sunday as well, and back on Thursday. You can save that settings. Contact us for activation coaches there to initiate the corporate credit card feed setup process. So as of now, I can't do that. Once your activation coach will send you an email directly to fill out online form. We will contact our bank to set up the connection. Okay. So on a real time scenario, once you add your card, your activation from SAP Concur will work with you to get it activated. So what they will do is they will send you an form, which is an online form. You will have to enter all the details and send it back to the person. They will send this to the bank to make the connection. And once the setup is complete, you will register your corporate card and you are done. So that part is done. You have to do these steps. So that is why I was earlier telling you, I think it to Shiva, you were asking how to set it up. So when you do, I initially said, if you want to have Concur, this particular URL activated for your organization, for that, first you need to contact your salespeople. Salespeople will contact the Concur sales team, and then we select which all items you want. So for our case, we have travel, we have expense, we have invoice options. So we ask them for all those options. They will provide us the quotation. If we are okay with the quotation, we do a DocuSign and then send it back. Once the payment is done, they will start the implementation process. So once the implementation is done, the activation coach will contact us on explaining how the travel settings are done. So activation coaches is part of the travel. So travel settings will be explained, and you will also be contacted by another person from the expense to explain the expense settings. So you will go through the expense settings from them. They will explain you what settings to be done, what it explains, and all that. Once that is done, your application is up and running. In that, you have to follow all these steps. So for me in order to activate a credit card, I have my activation coach. So I know the person. I can send the credit card details, and they will set it up for me. So that is how this works. Is that clear? So that's about the payment type, custom field, expense type, or expenses. So let's look at that. So here, all these
Who is the activation coach here? He is from sales, bank, or travel
activation
agency.
coach is from SAP Concur who implement your application. Any other question?
So it is for only Amex. If I want to add ICICI credit card like that, then the process will be
You can
same,
add
right?
MasterCard, Visa card, everything, but it has to be actually in order to connect between the bank and your settings. Your activation coach will send you a form where you need to enter all this. It's not for MX, it's for all the cards. You have to fill it out and send it back. They will make sure the connection is set up. If that is clear, can we move on to the expense type?
Yes, please.
So your expense type, there are 21 expense type which I added. In the initial phase, it will be blank. So what you will have to do is you will have to click on add new expense type, and then here enter the expense type. I have added almost everything. So let's say mobile and cellular. So if you work in pre-sales sales, your mobile phones are provided by the organization. So you can actually claim your mobile bill through here. So there are account codes. You can go with GL account, general ledger account, general ledger code, etc. So I have selected natural account code. You can change it to general ledger also. Category, telephone and internet. And then expense limit is there. So telephone, we can say 250, let's say $300, and click on save. This get added. So it will be coming here within this. See, mobile and cellular phone got added. Now this is the option. If you click here, it will allow you to edit the details. So you can go here, say suppose if you don't want the natural account code, look for account code help and take GL code. If that is the account code you need to use, then here and then save it. It is saved. So here it gives us option to search for the expense type. Say suppose I search for breakfast, it get only displayed the breakfast. Active expense type, there are multiple expense types. All expense type will be shown. So entertainment is like, for example, as a manager, we take our team for lunch or for go karting or for bowling. So all that comes as entertainment. And along with that, there will be a breakfast or a meal. So you need to both like the bill from the say bowling uh, as well as your meal. We have a meal after the bowling. So enter the meal information. This is inactive. So since we are not using it, maybe we can also activate that. I just add account. This is the status. Activate the status limit. We can say that $1,000, and I save it. It will become activated. You can see entertainment breakfast slash simple meal is got activated. So that part is done. So now you know that there are two ways you can add expense type. One is active, one is inactive. Inactive will not be used, active will be used. And you can also change that with the status option. You can enable or you can disable. This is enabled, and I do this, it will be disabled. Let it be enabled. I will save that. I'm sorry, I pressed it somewhere. Okay, save. And here we have legacy experience. So if we are going back to the legacy old method, it will ask for a survey. What is the main reason why you are switching back? Is there anything that did not work correctly for you? Is there anything else that you would like to tell us about in the new expense type administration page? Your feedback is important, so you can do the survey if you want. So this will be the old things available. I switch back to the new type. Here you have option to import file, export expense type. So you are importing. It will be like all these things I manually added. I could have added as a import option. I could have used that. I'm sorry. Expense, export expense type. This is where we are exporting out. So this is processing the request. You can see, oh, I have a problem with my system. I have to copy this and go to D drive and paste it here. Now I can open. So I can't open. So I have a problem opening it, but it in a normal scenario it get opened. And in more settings, this is talks about switching to legacy experience for more settings. The new experience will be available soon. We don't need that. So that's about the expense type. Now we go back, things to be covered. So I will talk about the mileage. So you have a personal car, and so this is the data effective date. So rate starts from 0.67, and that's for the personal car. And for the company car, rate and personal rate is possible. So you can look for historic data. There is nothing. You can, so this is showing the historic data. And automatic rate comes, custom rate you can add. Okay. So that will turn off the automatic rate and it will ask you to enter the new rate for the effective date. And select the group. Group can be global or this will be US group because the mileage is based the amount you get for the mileages depends upon the country, right? So that will be used. I will not go with custom rate. Let's go with automatic rate. Okay. So the rate comes here. And so that's about the mileage configuration. In accounting, it is asking your organization, select your company's industry. So I can say information technology, account software will be you need to select which account software your company is using. So it could be one of these, say Oracle, and you can save that. So accounting information is entered here.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which reporting tool does SAP Concur provide for analytics and insights? Option A, Concur Insight Analytics. Option B, Concur Reporting Tool. Option C, SAP Business Objects. Option D, Concur Data Dashboard. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing expenses? Our SAP Concur course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Concur. It's like a smart tool for tracking expenses, travel, and invoices, all in one place. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Concur Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We can continue doing ad expenses, which we didn't do completely. So we will do that and we can then move forward with the mobile app part. So you see the screen of expense, manage expenses. So in the manage expenses, basically what you will see is an option to create a new report and then a list of reports. What you see, this list is based upon certain conditions or sort criteria. So it shows active report sent for payment in within 90 days, last 90 days, this year, last year, date range. You can give between, like, say, suppose April till June of 2024 or some other range you can give. So it shows all the available reports that I created on my account. And when we go below, it gives option to upload a receipt. So we can upload receipts here, as well as every expense we can add a corresponding receipt. So here I just got some sample receipt. So just trying to add a receipt. Okay. So I added an out of pocket. This is automatically came. Expense sources expense airfare. This is a vendor London, UK is mentioned, but that's not the detail. It should be the name of the airline. So what I could do, an amount is €2. That is not correct. So what I could do is I could go here. So I am working with the receipt part. Go edit the receipt. So I can say air booking, car rental, hotel, and all that goes to the company page. And the vendor I could choose is not able to see on this. Location is mentioned as London, UK. Then the date is provided. Amount is not $2, so let's say €450, and currency UK sterling, which is like UK has pound sterling as their currency. So we save it correctly. Now we can see that the receipt, company paid, sources expenses, airfare, British Airlines or British Airways also correct, and the date and the amount. So this is the receipt part. What you could do with the receipt, you can view the receipt. So it will show you all the information on top, which airline, date, amount, and then more about like the receipt you can see and what all information you have given. You can actually view it, or rather than viewing, say suppose you want to edit it, you can go and edit, which I did earlier. And then we have the option to delete this one. So we can do that. At the moment, this expense cannot be combined. However, we go to move to, say, suppose this booking goes airline. Normally, we won't move, but some other expenses we can move to. These are my expense reports. So on that, it will get moved. So it will be easy. So you don't need to actually, enter the information. You don't need to upload the receipt because it's already been done. So just need to move to the corresponding report so that that part gets added on the expense. So that is the expense. And on the right side, you see all expenses with the receipt will be displayed. This is that about the main screen. And then we are going inside. Yesterday we had seen airline, hotel, and all that. So here it shows on the right side there is a option called available receipt. So you click on it, it will show all the available receipts for that particular report. But as of now, we don't have anything, so we are not okay. Probably we can add one, say hotel bill. So it will be displayed here in the available receipt. So we have one receipt available, and it can be sorted by upload date, which is new to oldest, newest to oldest, upload date oldest to newest, receipt name, ascending order, receipt name in descending order. That's the sort option available. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually expenses. Before that, it shows whenever we create a report, it creates with a report number. For example, whenever we create a travel, it creates a travel locator. So similarly, it has got that report number. And here, the report details give the report has various sections. Header details. So say suppose header is what report name, report date, business purpose, approval status, and department. Business unit we don't have, so it won't get selected. And comment also, if you wish, you can add. Otherwise, it's not a mandatory field. So this is the header part. And then a report total. So total amount will be shown. Report timeline. Okay, from so and so date, starting from, let's say, this report is since this 30th, we can say the ticket starting from 21st to 28th of May. It will be shown as a timeline. Audit trial. So as of now, we don't have any audit trial for the reporting purpose. And what else? We do have a report payment. So we don't have the payment details mentioned because we haven't added anything yet. And here we also have option to print the receipt report or detailed report, as well as manage report, manage attachment, missing recipient declaration. So we can say that, okay, in this particular expense, we don't have the receipt. In the action, it allows us to add an expense. So here we added one as airfare. Let's go add more. Say suppose we want to add business meal. What we should do, little bit different than the normal item. We will have to enter the transaction date. So when we had the business meal, say suppose on the 15th, and trip conference Atlanta. So we go as a group, then we have our business meal together. So vendors, some hotel, say AFC, I check it. This is company paid because we have multiple attendees. Amount comes around 2000. The rest is okay. This is not a personal expense. We might have to add the receipt because we have attendees to be added. So say suppose this is not give an option to add, like we have to manually add. It, if you look at recent attendees, we don't have anything, so it's not showing in the history. Attendance group, there is one. So here I am only available. So this is not what we want. Maybe we can add me. So I don't need to add to list. And I can add, say, I have the list of participants, first name, I just say last name here, attendees title, company, TC, your email ID. This is a manual entry I'm talking about. And search by country or region. At the moment, we don't need, but we can also do that. Say, suppose we are doing this conference in, say, suppose in Atlanta. So you guys are right now in Hyderabad, right? So in that scenario, we can search in location US and then pick the employees, or say suppose we can add from India and then keep adding, include inactive employees, no need. So I can search. This is a search criteria. So this is asking me to search. Okay, let me remove the company. This is not giving me the employee not using Concur. Let's try that. Everything is gone. Okay, I have to copy. For some reason, it is not showing the search result. So we can actually create a new attendee. So employee not using Concur, company TCS, we are adding. Likewise, you can add, say, business guest. So business guest, we can pick somebody, say, suppose company is TCS. I created 3 attendees. Okay, attendees got added here. And then, say, suppose you select all of this, you can click on remove, it will be removed, or click create a group TCS. Then I need to, I'll do one thing again. I'll remove this, I'll add this. So these two are from the same organization. So I can create a group, TCS group, and save. What happens is a group gets created with TCS employees. And then I click on save. So we have 3 attendees for the business lunch, and we provided the amount. Since this amount is huge, we have to add a receipt. I'm adding a dummy receipt. This get attached, and then here we can allocate. Allocate is nothing but by percentage. The amount can be allocated, or by amount it can be allocated. So here again, add allocation to the pre-sale. Business unit is not selected. We have a favorite. We haven't added any favorite yet. So pre-sale is our department, which get added. So here we can allocate our expenses. So say this gets added, and you can also set it as favorite. So you can easily favorite the name pre-sale department. We can quickly select that from the favorite. So it got saved. The next part is we have to itemize. Itemization, let's say I am going to create expenses. Itemizing this expense will cause allocations to be deleted. So what the problem is, see, we have details as well as itemization. Say, suppose I do details, then I try to do itemization, details get deleted. So we can try it in another example, another report. So I'm just closing this by saving the expense. So at the moment, I have only business meal added, which is of 2000 allocated to pre-sale group. And I can also do add expense hotel. Here, what it shows is we have to give a range from 6 to 10. I have selected and then we are claiming on particular day, it is 15 of 5. Vendor will be, since it's a hotel, we can choose, can't search. I'm looking for Hilton, not coming. Okay, let's choose something. Classic British. Hotel is not out of pocket. Then you will get paid once you submit the receipt. See, it is a company pay, say 600. And now I can add the receipt. Without receipt, it won't get reimbursed. Hotel. Only difference in hotel is that you select the date range from 6 to 10th of May. I stayed in the hotel. So that range I am giving. So automatically it shows the 4 nights. So that's about the hotel reservation. I can save, and a hotel tax, you have to submit the same receipt and give the tax. Maybe add receipt, the hotel you can do. We stayed from 6 to 10. This is working only backward. Okay, 10. Company paid amount. Here our hotel was 600. So let's say $95 tax. Tax you can pick from your hotel receipt, so you don't have to worry. I'm just giving for a demo purpose. And I try to add still missing information required before it's submitted. Okay, I have selected some airline earlier. Let's go to same airline I want to add, but I'm not finding it. Just added the tax. This is wrong because we are trying to claim the expense for the same hotel. Now we can go for, you must provide an expense time and amount before itemization. Okay, fine. Let's go and do the itemization part. So in order to itemize it, we will get error saying that you have to find the expense type, say car rental. And the car rental, you have to provide, okay, vendor. And let me check Hertz here. What is there? This goes $700. Out of pocket, no. Let's company pay this amount and then add a receipt. So here we go add the car rental receipt and then save expense. If you go to the itemization, we already did that. Okay, let's go back. We already have all these things. So suppose I select this. Allocate, right? We allocate it to the pre-sale group. You can actually copy expenses copied. Say suppose I select everything and I can move to new report, available expenses, and the trip reports I created. So it all gets copied there. And on top, you can delete the receipt, delete the report, copy the report, and submit the report. I am not going to submit now because, as Mike said, this information is getting transferred to the Concur group. So we don't want to, make them worry about it. So let's do only this much part. Is that clear? So can we do an exercise on all these things?
Anyway, this report will go to approver only, right? We can submit it, right?
See, it goes to approver for approval purpose. But
Yeah.
but again, it automatically go back to the Concur because they do the expense claiming part. I will take a look at everybody's report as well as the expenses. You can try out multiple expense types. If you don't have, attachment, maybe you can do dummy attachment. What I actually had airfare, car, everything, but since I wasn't able to take, so I just downloaded it as images from the Google. If you already have those reports, sorry, those receipts, please do add for the exercise purpose. If you are done also, please let me know. We can take a look.
Yeah, I have tried,
Are you
but
done?
yeah, I am done. But in the meantime, can you please explain us what is the possible errors end users get while creating these expense reports? Most possible errors or issues
Okay,
that
the
may
the main
cause.
errors will be, say, suppose if it's a hotel, if you don't provide the correct date range, it will show error. You have to provide the vendor. That if you don't provide which hotel you stayed, I'm giving an example in the case of hotel reservation. It will show the error. The amount is correct, should be correct. Those kind of things are major errors in a hotel. Suppose, say, airfare. Airfare, again, the amount you have to provide, vendor you have to provide, and the date on which you are creating the expense is mandatory. So those are the things normally it asks for. And also, most of the time it gives your, out of pocket option. So for car, for hotel, for airfare, you always give, company reimbursement. So it'll be easy for the expenses. You can try out business meals, you can try out breakfast, lunch, dinner, and everything.
I'm able to log in the app successfully.
Okay, can you share your screen?
Okay.
So yeah, you can do this. Have you done any trip reservation?
No.
We can do it later. Now we can do the expense part.
Okay.
For that, what you should do, click on start a report, but plus sign, yeah. So we are going to create a report. This is the header. You can close that. So you can give some report name. You have number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give that. Don't do personal because this is an organizational setup, right? So you can say, okay,
Is it fine?
report date. Yeah, that's fine. And then you can give business. That the report date is okay because it shows today. Now we are doing it. Business purpose, you can give conference or you can go to the business. It can be a customer visit,
Mm-hmm.
any, okay. And department, you can select, yeah, you can select sales or pre-sales. And there is no business unit available. You don't need to add comment because it's not mandatory. So you can go ahead and create your report. So now we created the report. The next step is we need to add the expenses. So in a trip, what all expenses you can expect. You may have taken the airline to travel. So you can choose airfare first if you want. So when you come here, you have to provide the transaction date. So transaction date is vendor you can book Air India.
Or anyone.
Yeah,
ADC.
anything is okay. And in this payment is not out of pocket. It should be company reimbursed. So payment type, change it to company paid.
Mm-hmm.
And you can give it like, okay, 20,000. Okay. It is not dollars. For your case, it is Indian INR. There will be a conversion, but that's okay. You don't need to provide ticket number because you actually upload as a receipt.
Mm.
Yeah, that's pretty much all the information. Do you have a sample receipt, a hotel? Sorry, sample airline ticket? or original airline ticket, you can add as receipt.
Okay, if not, then
If it is not there, then I can share one. This will not get properly reimbursed because we don't have the proper receipt. They look for the receipt. So I'll do one thing. I just so I sent some sample reports. I mean, sorry, ticket and bills and bill. So you can download those things and then upload it in your report. Okay, now you can add receipt, upload receipt. That's correct. Click on open. It get uploaded. Now you can go and save the expense or save another. So you can add more.
itemization.
Now it's not possible. You're not getting error, so it's okay. Yeah, so it is itemized like 20,000. Itemized amount is 0, remaining is 20,000. You can create more itemization or you can create more expense. So go to add expense.
Save and add another.
Yeah, try business means. You can search actually. So now you know what to be entered, right? So this is where the exchange, yeah, it's asking the exchange rate, right? So in every scenario, it gets converted to USD. So there is an exchange rate which is shown on every expense. Card, rupees, amount, and then you can attach. We don't have a receipt to attach. So you can allocate or add attendees. Go up, little bit up. You see attendees, right? Allocate is nothing but you are going to allocate to the pre-sale department. So go to attendees and manually you can add couple of attendees from your group or the business guest. Then anybody you can add. Business owner or okay, organizer. Oh yeah, that can't be searched because it is not available. You have to create a new attendee. Okay, fine. That itself is coming. So you need to provide the last name. First name is AAA. You can give yeah. If you want to add more, not as a business guest, maybe you can add as an employee. You don't need to give employee title because attendance type you can change business guest to.
Okay, okay.
So you're giving it as a business. Okay, that's enough to have. You need to go ahead and save. So there are some warning that is okay, and you can go ahead and save the expense with expense.
Allocate.
Allocate is just to allocate to the pre-sale group. So if you click on add, allocation is just can be done for two ways: percentage and amount. So department is sales in your case, so just allocating to the department, sales department, and you can save that. Allocation is 100%. So this expense is 100% allocated to your
Sales team.
yeah, yes, right. Now save the expense.
Creator. Sorry.
Save the expense.
Oh, yeah.
So now you go down a little bit. You have a business meals, airfare. Likewise, you can do hotel.
Yes. I didn't uploaded any receipt, that's why it's showing error.
Yeah. Yes.
And why in this?
You can check. Just mouse over. It will show you.
The preferred payment method for this expense type is your company credit card.
Card. Yeah. So we have, in your case, you don't have a credit card added, right? So we have selected company paid option. So
Yeah.
that is why it is coming as that. Say suppose you are adding credit card to your account, it will come as the credit card option.
Okay.
That we will do it in the business part. Sorry, travel part.
Okay.
Okay, so this is how we do adding expenses, itemizing, adding more for hotel. If you do, you need to provide the range. So you need to check what is the data it is requesting. So you have to add accordingly, and then save the expense.
What is process reports? It
That
will.
is for reporting purpose. Yeah, it process the report. So we have to select the report name, and then this we will cover in the reporting part,
Okay.
reporting
Okay.
and analytics. So you're good with doing
Yes.
expenses, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fine. And for you, you just need to do the travel part also. So
Okay.
more, I'll just
Yeah. Yeah.
make you one. Go click on the Concur. So the trip search part is where we call travel management. Here you can book hotel, Amtrak, train, and car, hotel, airline, and the train. So you can give one booking.
Okay.
Okay, hotel. Say hotel. When you are checking to the hotel, so give some date before that. Just say 20. You can select. Click on that 20.
Yeah. I'm selecting, but
Not happening.
it.
Okay,
No.
maybe because it's the previous date. So you go for 30 and 31st. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one day trip, and then you want the hotel to be 5 miles, or you can increase the miles from the hotel, or from the airport, or the company location. So you chose airport. So you have to provide the airport code.
Okay.
So you can give BLR. What is the Hyderabad code? HYD.
HYD.
Now you do a search. Okay, you haven't done your profile yet. So go to the
Yeah.
profile page. Then you clicked on the back profile settings. Yeah, that's okay. You have to give personal information.
Okay. So credit card is here. I didn't set up my profile. That's why.
It is making problem. So you have to provide personal information. Dummy
Travel
credit.
settings, expense settings are also there.
Yeah. So the title, whatever mandatory field is given here, you have to provide.
Okay.
That's correct. Personal information. What title you gave? No. You have to. Your name is statement. Airport code is closest airport, HYDA. Then the department and
Department is company's department. Okay.
correct.
Should I take sales or something else?
Yeah, sales is okay because there are only 3 departments given. Development.
Okay.
So Hyderabad. You can save that information. Okay. You need to provide a lot more. Your work phone number, your same phone number, and mobile phone country region. India. Okay. You can save that as well. Your profile cannot be saved until okay. So you need to provide gender. You need to provide date of birth. This is for the security purpose in the airport. You can give some dummy data also. And then you don't need to enter the passport details now. You can go
So
down.
do I need to really share the passport details?
Yeah, if you are working on the real Concur application in your organization, then you have to give passport. Maybe if you have an international trip, you need the passport. They would need the passport to. Yeah.
Okay. No. Like this is a sandbox, right?
Now this is a training system, so this is
Okay.
not. It's like for next 45 to 50 days you can use, but that doesn't mean whatever information is available will be used. But yeah,
Later on, if it will be required, I'll upload. It's not mandatory.
it's not mandatory here.
Yeah.
I think you haven't. Yeah, that should be fine. We can go back. So click on the Concur, that main SAP Concur. You have to search again for the hotel.
Okay.
The first, okay, correct. Or you can add more days.
6/4. Okay,
Yeah,
4/6.
fine. Because that is like in American format, it is. And search. Okay. So here, what it shows, first it shows a map in which the hotels near to that location will be shown. You can choose from there or you can choose from here. So you choose from here, maybe Hilton or Holiday Inn. No, not there. You have to select view rooms button you see, right? Click on that. This hotel has got higher rate. So you want to go with this hotel. This will send an email to the manager for approval. And then when you submit it, it will go to the Concur to book. So, okay, for time being, you can select one of these options. This talks about whether what type of bed you need. Select one. Now you have served your flight. Now go down. Yeah, here this is a hotel, so you don't need to provide any. See, everybody will have a program if you are a frequent traveler and book the same hotel. So we don't have that. We don't need to add at the moment. But in a normal scenario, you can add. You come down. It shows the price summary, and below you need to provide a payment option. So you have to have a dummy credit card. I can give one sample.
This is the credit card number. I can
Add a credit card. So it asks couple more information. Display name. For example, you can give your name or your company name if it's a corporate card, whichever is fine. MasterCard. Card number, maybe the space is a problem. You can remove the spaces.
Which one?
Yeah. Between 555, you see spaces, right? Okay. Maybe we can leave it, and if we get error, we can.
Okay.
Expiry date is like gives 20, 26, 27. Okay. Then you need to give the address of your. No, it can be used. You don't need to select anything. You can use that. You can enter your street, city code. Save. No need to. So sorry, now you need to go through the accept trade details and cancellation policies, which is in the box, and then I agree.
I think hotel booking is done.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What type of expenses can be captured automatically through SAP Concur's mobile app? Option A, utility bills. Option B, receipts and travel expenses. Option C, marketing expenses. Option D, payroll deductions. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing expenses? Our SAP Concur course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Concur. It's like a smart tool for tracking expenses, travel, and invoices, all in one place. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Concur Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.